Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Thou, members of Parliament and Ministers of State, with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for a common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision for our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, the country of peace, where the government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality, and inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes and proceedings. 11 August. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was here, that's page 8, item 69, but I've been back absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. 21. Page 22. 23. Page 24. 25. Page 26. 27. 28. 29. Page 30. The votes and proceedings, as corrected, are hereby admitted as true record of the proceedings. Official report, 24th July. Any corrections there in place, honorable members? the absence of any corrections, the official report of 24th July is hereby admitted as true record of proceedings. Official report 27th July. 27th July. Official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 27th July is hereby admitted as true record of the proceedings. Urgent question. The Honorable Minister for Youth and for Food and Agriculture will please take the appropriate chair. Honorable, will take the chair for the time being. Thank you. Honorable Alhaji Hussein Al-Hassan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what urgent measures the Ministry is putting in place to ensure the production of high-yielding seedlings for the cocoa industry, taking due account of the fluctuations in the production of the crop in recent years.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to the urgent question on the floor of this august House. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa sector, as you are well aware, has been the mainstay of Ghana's economy until the discovery of oil in recent times. That notwithstanding, the sector had its own problems that has contributed to its underperformance in recent times. Indeed, there has been a systemic decline in the country's cocoa production in the last 5 years, as observed. In fact, available data indicates that the decline actually started 10 years ago. The following records dating back to 2010 buttress this point. Total output for 2010-2011 was over 1 million metric tons. 2011-2012, 879,349 metric tons. 2012-2013, it declined further to 865,466 metric tons. 2013-14 to 896,220 metric tons. Then 2014-2015, 740,254 tons. The Speaker, 2015-2016, 778 tons, 843. Then in 2016-2017, it rose to 969,511 tons, and then 2017-2018 to 904,740, and 2018-2019 to 811,608 metric tons. Prominent among the major factors that have contributed to the decline in production levels is the cocoa swollen shoot disease. The Speaker, swollen shoot disease is a virus. The mitigation of this problem has therefore been the main focus of the research activities of Ghana Cocoa Board, among others. One of the solutions being the development of a hybrid seedling with relatively high resistance to disease. Together with the Ghana Health and Extension Division of Cocoa Board, the Seed Production Division of Ghana Cocoa Board are responsible for the production and distribution of hybrid cocoa seedlings to farmers for transplanting into the field. Cocoa seedlings are raised at selected nursery sites located within the cocoa farming communities for replanting of CCVD treated farms, rehabilitation of overaged and moribund farms, replanting of banned farms, the establishment of new farms, and the maximizing the land capacity and the utilization. From 2014 to date, Mr. Speaker, a total of 247,666,234 cocoa seedlings have been produced and distributed to farmers, as the following table shows. Mr. Speaker, you allow me, the details are there. I will jump to the fifth paragraph, which is between 2014-2015 and 2015-2016, a total of 103,244,757 seedlings were produced and distributed to farmers. This should translate into developing 86,037 hectares of young yielding cocoa farms today. But that was not the outcome due to a number of factors, including poor management and policy implementations. Policy on CSSVD control program. Prior to 2014, Cocoa Board was actively involved in the CSSVD control program with the following responsibilities: removal of diseased and contact trees, compensation to farmers for trees removed, both initial treatment and replanting grants, the supply of free hybrid cocoa and economic tree seedlings for the replanting on treated farms, and technical backup through extension education. Mr. Speaker, this social intervention policy of CSSVD control and containment was changed in 2014. The change of policy adversely affected the control program because many farmers were advanced in age and lacked the financial capacity to replace the diseased trees themselves. The Speaker, it is important that farmers were advised to replace the diseased trees, but received no compensation other than free seedlings. In addition, there was the problem of land tenure, where tenant farmers were deprived of their use rights once the cocoa trees were removed. The landowners repossessed their land. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, between 2014 and 2016, most of the cocoa seedlings provided to the farmers were planted on poorly treated farms. This, not surprisingly, affected the development of the seedlings, as nearly all became infected. This led to the rapid spread of the disease, especially in the then western and eastern regions. The infection in the western region was so severe that over 40%, that is nearly 214,000 hectares of its total cocoa area of 509,295 hectares, had been devastated, according to 2017 survey. Nationally, a whopping 315,886 hectares out of a total of 1.9 million hectares of cocoa farm was lost to CSSVD. Production seriously affected, especially in the western region, a major cocoa producing area. Mr. Speaker, inevitably, the policy had to be revised. In 2017, Cocoa Board took over the following responsibilities. 1. Treatment of the diseased trees by Cocoa Board. 2. Replanting both food and cash crops for affected farmers. 3. Maintenance of the farms for a 2-year period. 4. Payment of compensation for the loss of livelihoods. And 5. Compensation for both affected tenant farmers and their landowners. Mr. Speaker, between 2017 and 2019, a total of 144,421,477 seedlings were produced and distributed to farmers. A significant proportion of the seedlings were utilized in the western north and eastern regions for the pilot rehabilitation program financed by Ghana Cocoa Board. Government subsequently secured 600 million United States dollars from the African Development Bank to scale up the pilot program. 140 million of this amount, that's nearly 24%, is devoted to the treatment of the CSSBD. Mr. Speaker, government under the visionary leadership of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has taken a number of initiatives to modernize and transform the agricultural sector, with the cocoa sector as a major priority. To this effect, Cocoa Board has taken a number of initiatives towards the fulfillment vision. And these, Mr. Speaker, are as follows. The modernization of the production of healthy cocoa seedlings for the field, with the adoption of the use of galvanized poles and treated lumber for the nursery structures instead of bamboo. The replacement of disposable single-use polybags with more durable and environmentally friendly UV-protected receptacles. 3, reducing cost by using cocoa peat and soilless media instead of topsoil. And finally, 4, provision of farm water sources through the sinking of boreholes and other irrigation facilities in the water-deprived areas. In addition, Mr. Speaker, recommended agronomic practices are being followed to ensure survival of the seedlings in the field. These practices are already yielding good results with the ongoing pilot rehabilitation program. They will be strictly followed as we commence the national rehabilitation program. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the debilitating effect of CSSVD on cocoa farms and production has been ravaging. Currently, a more pragmatic program is in place to facilitate the production and distribution of cocoa seedlings to farmers more effectively. The rehabilitated cocoa farms are now thriving and under proper maintenance. All things being equal, the full impact of this program on hybrid seedling production will be felt from the 2021-2022 crop season. Thank you for your kind attention, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your exhaustive. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that in the face of this decline has also come decline in jobs in the industry. How does the minister hope to take this program to tackle the issue of declining jobs in the industry and the potential that it could further even decline to the detriment of the people?
Honorable Minister, if you've got a question, you will please answer.
Mr. Speaker, I think I missed part of the question put to me by the honourable member.
I thought as much.
So,
Honourable, if you please take your seat so that the honourable member will come out with clarity. Yes, Honourable, please.
Yeah, right, Honourable Speaker. I was saying that in the obvious face of the fluctuations and decline of production have come the decline in employment. Many people have left their industries as well as lost jobs. How do you hope to take advantage of this program to resuscitate the industry and also help in the employment generation in the industry? I'm saying that there has been a decline, Mr. Speaker, and in the face of the decline, jobs have also been lost.
If you please be patient, who or what is in the decline? Please show me your question fully, and go step by step and patiently. Honorable, ask.
Mr. Speaker, my question is, the decline has affected jobs. How do you use this particular program to revitalize jobs in the industry?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I explained in the statement, new measures are being put in place, first to stop the decline and to increase production. As production increases, it creates the demand for employment, both for maintaining the newly planted seedlings and also for the harvesting of the crop when it becomes mature. As you know, these new hybrids, they start yielding within 3 years. So with that, as we expand the number of seedlings that we are supplying to the farmers, and that in itself creating the demand for the cultivation of the new seedlings, and as they come into maturity, demand for jobs for harvest and for post-harvest treatment of the beans will also rise, and that will also create more demand. As it is, we know that many of those who were previously engaged in cocoa, most of them migrant farmers from the north, them have returned to the north to do rice and others. But of course, there's still a lot of unemployment created by the decline in production, especially in the north and west. So the focus of the revitalization is in the north and west, the west and north, sorry. And that will be able to attract not only labor within that region, but also the regions around the north and west and eastern region. So this is how we intend to increase jobs with this revitalization program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to find out from the Minister the receptacles for the nesting of the seedlings using this new method. They've been tested to ensure that they are a reliable means for generating the requisite level of efficiency in the seedlings that we are expecting.
Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, saying that the receptacles that are supposed to be used to nest the seedlings, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister whether they have been tested to ensure their reliability.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder whether the Honourable Member of Parliament is aware of the history of the Cocoa Research Institute in Tafo. That is where everything is coming from. And the Cocoa Research Institute is, I would say, the leading cocoa research center in the whole world, started in 1934. It has a reputation which other countries come to learn from us. So I have no doubt that whatever products coming out of that institute will be able to sustain and expand our production of cocoa. Because other experts from around the world, I know they come there to learn from the scientist Crick, which is that's the Cocoa Research Institute at Tafo. And therefore, I'm absolutely sure that the seedlings produced by Cocoa Board will not only survive, but will also help to flourish the cocoa industry in Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, your final question. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable, Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the answer given by the Minister, it means that most cocoa farmers have lost their farms as a result of the cocoa soil shoot disease. My question is, which means they have lost their income, source of income to cocoa farmers. Are there programs in place, a livelihood program in place to support farmers who have lost their farms as a result of soil shoot disease, while they go through the programs put in place by the government to resuscitate their farms?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering whether the honorable member was listening to my statement. I made it clear that during the time of his government, the grant for farmers for removing the diseased trees was withdrawn. The grant was withdrawn. We have reintroduced this grant, not only for the farmers involved, but also for the landlords whose lands are being used by the farmers, the migrant farmers in particular, to sustain them for the 3 years that the new seedling planted will come to fruition. So yes, we have reintroduced the support for farmers, which was removed by the previous government, as a strategy to ensure that this revitalization program succeeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the answer provided by the Minister, he gave us the data, and I want to rehash the numbers that he quoted so that I'll ask my question. The Minister says, between 2010 and 2011, the production level of cocoa was 1,024,553. 2011 and 2012, 879,349. 2012 and 2013, 865,466. 2017, 969,511 metric tons of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, Cocoa Board, which comes under the Ministry of Agriculture, provided us another data because they are seeking for 1.3 billion syndicated facility to buy cocoa. And they told us that between 2012 and 2013, the cocoa production level was 835,617, a whooping difference of 29,849. So can the minister reconcile these two numbers for us? Because this information is coming from the same ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I wish to confirm to the honorable member that as Minister for Food and Agriculture, I'm responsible for the cocoa industry in this country. That's the first point. The second point is that I wasn't there yesterday when you were having discussions, but all the figures I've quoted here are straight from Ghana Cocoa Board. So if you want to take any issue with Ghana Cocoa Board on the figures that they gave you at your committee, I think that I'm the wrong person to be asking, because all the information that I have given is from Ghana Cocoa Board. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, I wasn't party to the meeting that the honorable member is referring to, so I cannot make any further comment. Thank you.
And Honorable, is this now before us what you are referring to? Is it before us?
Right Honorable Speaker, I have the document which I can table before you.
Yes.
It's before us, Mr. Speaker. It's before the Finance Committee.
It's before the Finance Committee.
Yes.
Has it reached this honorable house?
Rightly so. Because the facility was laid before this house and same was referred to the Finance Committee.
Yes. Has a report come from the Finance Committee to this honorable house?
Mr. Speaker, even if you tell the
No,
other
don't tell
paper,
me even if. Don't tell me even if. If a report is not before this honorable house, you are totally out of order in giving that impression that the house is seized with this report. Don't we know our procedures?
Mr. Speaker, it's before this house.
You are misleading the house, and that is most unfortunate. Any other question? Yes, honorable minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to indulge you and to get your guidance, what the Honorable Achampong is seeking to do was to appreciate which figures to rely on, having heard the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, with his data as printed in our order paper of Wednesday, 12 August 2020, against a submission to the Finance Committee, the report of which the House may be considering today or tomorrow on the 1.3 billion loan.
You see, honorable minority leader, with all deference to your position, and as a lawyer, the House is either seized with a document, it is not. As at today, this House is not seized with a report from our committee placed before us. We don't know what kind of changes they may make tomorrow. So please, we have not got to a river. It will be most premature for us to talk of a paper that the House is not seized of. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for attending to the House and answering our questions. You are respectfully discharged. Item listed 9. Chairman, Finance Committee. Honorable Majority Leader, your chairman, item listed 9. Chairman, Finance Committee. Or where do we go?
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, for the time being, we also have a statement. Maybe the honorable member is timing the situation somewhere around. We have a statement, and today is International Youth Day. Honorable Dr. Okuboy has filed a statement in this regard. Thank you.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement today, the 12th of August 2020, a day set aside annually to mark International Youth Day. This year's theme for the celebration is Youth Engagement for Global Action, seeks to highlight the ways in which the engagement of young people at the local, national, and global levels is enriching national and multinational institutions and processes, as well as draw lessons on how their representation and engagement in formal institutional politics can be significantly enhanced. Mr. Speaker, we the youth of this world have been given this day in the year to occupy the space, give the necessary attention, because we possess the energy, enthusiasm, and the drive that shaped the world in the past, modeled the form of the present global economy, and carries the key to unearth the future. The objective of the International Youth Day 2020 is to call for engagement of the youth at all levels in the process of making policy and enacting laws. States and all political institutions are being called upon on such a day to ensure that youth occupy relevant positions in their organogram. This to ensure inclusiveness and, more importantly, help build the capacity of the youth in readiness for leadership and stewardship now and in the future. Mr. Speaker, some 20 years ago, Jesus Christ of Nazareth was crucified at the age of 33. His death did not bring salvation to all who believe, but also redefined religion and political administration of the times. This history was made by Christ at the youthful age of 33. Since then, Mr. Speaker, history is again replete with youthful individuals who justify their inclusion in the political processes, and not only that, but actually charted the path that the world took in their time. Dr. Martin Luther King, John F. Kennedy, President John Ajekun Kufuor, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, and others all got engaged in political and nation discourse in their youthful age. Today, the energies and sacrifices and vision of these and many other leaders continue to shape our world and make a case for continuous engagement of the youth of today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your special interest and attention to full individuals in politics. Mr. Speaker, when I mention youth, people who started in their youthful times, and we have to add President John Mahama, so we capture it. I know, Mr. Speaker, that such percent. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your special interest and attention for youthful individuals in politics. I have heard some of my colleagues say that you are fond of Honorable Samuel Okujoto Ablakwa and my mother self because we are seconds, because we went to the school, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, that such perception cannot be the case. Rather, it is your belief in the promise the youth hold that steers your ship in the direction of youthful waters. Let me take the opportunity to salute all youthful leaders / politicians of our time who have helped to keep the youth torch burning bright, all in advancement of the argument that what the old can do, the youth do also, when given the support, resources, and motivation. In talking about support and motivation, let me take this opportunity to thank His Excellency President Akufo-Addo for his immense support to the youth of this country. Through social programs like the school feeding program, a lot of youth have been given the opportunity to provide meals to school children and in the process earn a living. Through the free SHS program, Mr. Speaker, government has supported over 1.2 million youth with over 3.2 billion cedis in direct investment into the program. The employment of approximately 100,000 unemployed youth at a cost of over 1.6 billion Nation Builders Corps program represents the single most significant rescue program for educated, skilled youth without employment in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, your generation has done a lot to push Ghana and, for that matter, Africa's growth forward. All your sweat will only be remembered if the youth of today are given the opportunity to build capacity so they acquire the capability to preserve the gains established by the generation before mine. Your generation, I mean, Mr. Speaker. Our upliftment is your upliftment. Mr. Speaker, for the joy of a parent is the promise his child bears. I conclude with this quote from a Greek philosopher that aptly captures the necessity of a blend between the youth and the old. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, as I approve of a youth that has something of the old man in him, so am I no less pleased with an old man that has something of the youth. He that follows this rule may be old in body, but can never be so in mind. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your youthful attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Doctor, for your statement. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the UN Youth Day or International Youth Day today, two things are at stake, Mr. Speaker. One is the loss of values from our young men and women in the country, and secondly, the lack of opportunities. I'd like to address these two issues briefly. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the lack of opportunities, more often when young people are looking for jobs, they are asked about work experience. And Mr. Speaker, you would know that without any form of work, they cannot come by experience. So I'm making an appeal to all employers that we have a duty to give young people a leg in the door by giving them an opportunity. That is the only way they can come by work experience. Mr. Speaker, what young people may lack in experience, they make up for in innovation, in creativity, in energy. And it is important that we recognize these capacities of young people to contribute to nation building. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there is a loss of a sense of patriotism in the country. And I think as we mark Youth Day, it is important to remind all of us of the urgent need to revive, to resuscitate the sense of patriotism, that, we should love our country more in a time like this and sacrifice a lot more. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, in the youth anthem of our country, it says, "Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. Your nation, Ghana, demands your devotion." Mr. Speaker, and the nation indeed demands the devotion of all young men and women in our country. And it is important that we dedicate ourselves selflessly to this project or to this country called Ghana. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, volunteerism. More often, we expect things to fall on our lap, on a platter. It is important that young people would also take up volunteerism as a way of contributing to nation building. Finally, Mr. Speaker, loss of values. Mr. Speaker, we've seen recently in the media where, senior high secondary school students have had the brazenness to denigrate leaders in the country. These are values that are eroding. And if we are not careful, we will have a society that is completely bereft of any form of morality. And it is important that we imbibe in our young people, the time-tested values, Mr. Speaker, of respect for the elderly, of, doing things, giving up our seats for the elderly, of showing respect for the elderly. These are time-tested values that cannot be lost on our generation. And I think that if we put in place all of these building blocks, our youth would be one that could contribute to nation building. I thank you very much, and I'd like to wish all of us young people a happy International Youth Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker,
don't pray.
Thank you. Let me commend our own, the Honorable Dr. Okoboy. Speaker, this year's youth celebration, the theme as identified by the UN is youth engagement for global action. Speaker, I was not surprised when three-pronged engagement levels were identified by the youth. Community level engagement, national level engagement, and global level engagement. I identify with many of the things my colleague, the Honorable Ras Mubarak, who was once at the Youth Authority, and one can feel the passion with which he speaks. Speaker, from the 60s, particularly the 50s, where Nkrumah set out young pioneers, and he set the tone for the engagement and the involvement, I've read it, the engagement and the involvement of our youth in nation building. It was followed suit by Dr. K. Buzia's National Service Scheme, which is still in operation. So clearly, Ghana as a country the involvement and the engagement of our youth is not lost on us. Right from independence, we have been clear in our minds what we want to do and the path we want to blaze. However, fact be told, and this is not controversial, military interventions in pursuit of our governance process, one way or the other, have taken us backwards. And as the last speaker identified, the lack of volunteerism and lack of patriotism on the part of our youth. These interventions by military leadership, one way or the other, have also come to undermine. But current administration, from President Kufuor's administration right to the current president, there has been a clear, consistent youth intervention programs. The NYEP, the JIDA, the YES, the LESDEP, the MASLOG, the SADA, and all the groups that the intervention program that you can name. But Speaker, there are some wonderful models across the world that we need to look at. We can talk about the emerging powers, South Korea, Singapore, India. There's a certain approach that runs para and common with these countries. And that is the sense of inclusiveness of the youth, right from policy formulation. And I think this is where we may also have to pay some particular attention. And then the good examples espoused by Germany, America, Australia, in terms of hands-on training. Speaker, most of the skills that have been impacted develop jurisdictions that we can take a cue from, often has focused on hands-on education. And so we may have to veer off a bit, overly focusing on theoretical impartation, and look at how, as a country, we can focus on hands-on education. I believe the last thing any country wants to do is to rinse the wrath of the youth. We've read the Arab Spring in history. We've looked at violence being visited on innocent lives, many of which are being perpetrated by the youth. We don't want this to be repeated in our part of our country. And hence, Europe has launched a new program, which is the 2019 to 2027 agenda, called Engagement, Connecting, and Empowerment of the Youth. I think that our policy passed in 2010, the youth policy, we should be able on this day be frank enough, Speaker, and identify areas where we are doing well, where we are drifting off, and be able to refocus and energize our youth for the betterment of our country. But in all, I will say that the current leadership under His Excellency President Akufo-Addo is giving true meaning to youth empowerment. Speaker, the appointment of few youthful limbs in government is not enough. There should be a clear policy, and you can see a consistency from President Kufuor's youth employment program to Nanado's program. If we are able to sustain this and get a legislation to back it, I'm sure that we'll be able to make a difference in our part of the world. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement, and I use this opportunity to urge the youth of our country to buy into the popular statement that we shouldn't be waiting for what our country will do for us. We should always seek first what we can impact and do for our country. Speaker, thank you for your kindness.
Thank you. Leadership to be involved. Can you choose or decide to speak for yourselves? One on each side more as we move into other things. Minority leadership. Can you ask minority leadership? Minority leadership. Can you please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know we have a lot of business we have to do, but just to briefly comment on the ably made by my colleague, Honorable Okuboy, the Deputy Minister for Health, and I want to thank him for reminding us about the need to get our youth on board. Mr. Speaker, I associate largely with most of the comments made. I must admit, we all have to admit that if we need to get our youth to be on board, we need to do more than we are doing now. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, since we came into democratization, many of the policies and interventions that government after government seem to be doing seem to just be a token, and I would just term it as tokenism. You are just doing a little and expecting an exponential result. Mr. Speaker, that is something that from the leadership end we need to look at. Because, Mr. Speaker, for example, the Minister of Youth and Sports now, I believe, is the Minister of Employment that's managing the youth agency. Mr. Speaker, whereas we try to engage you, that will be idling and virtually be paying them, like President Kufuor rightly said, pretend to be paying them so that they also pretend to be working. When in actual sense, we can really deploy this youth into agencies and industries where they will surely develop their skills. Mr. Speaker, in Germany, when people go through the technical education, you are not complete until you are attached to an industry, and obviously they have a lot of automobiles companies where you have to work and be able to pass that before you are now called a graduate of so and so. And through that, their youth come with some skills, some level of that they can be able to sustain themselves. Because what we are doing, I mean, whether they're called the NACO, called the Youth Employment, YEA, the programs they are doing, Mr. Speaker, is just tokenism. Because, for example, you go to Ghana Revenue Authority, and NACO have sent close to 20,000 youth there. And you go, they don't have any schedule because there are too many. Few of them are really engaged. The rest just sit, and then at the end of the month, they are paid. You go into the youth in afforestation. Mr. Speaker, if we are determined to plant a lot of forest growth, there's a lot of work to do within our communities in the what we call the forest zone areas. We are not doing. Many of them are sitting in the urban centers. Every morning they just go write their name, and then they come home. At the end of the month, they are paid. When we do this, what we are simply doing is that we are just encouraging laziness in this youth, because we are not properly engaging them. The same amount of money could be given to companies that will engage them and truly train them. For example, if you decide that you want to put 2,000 youth under the Unilever and give that same amount of money to Unilever, I can assure that Unilever will use this youth and make sure that they really work and earn the money instead of just sitting idly. There are so many other companies that may be able to help us by just channeling this money through them, and then they will train them. Mr. Speaker, sadly, what is happening to our country today is that almost every youth that has an affiliation to one politician or the other thinks that the easiest way to make it is to join politics. And Mr. Speaker, all of us are saying that, I mean, the just registration exercise that we finished, we saw it. Almost all the political parties, you have this massive youth that just come, and they come with all stories. Oh, this, your opponents are doing this, they are doing, and then we all just keep running after each other, and in the end, many of them get hurt, and then they use that as now a bargaining. We saw it. Each time a new government comes, look at the way the youth behaves. Oh, and we were there, we did this for you, and now we are not seeing anything. And Mr. Speaker, let me just give one example that I had in 2009, when the new government of NDC just took over, and then there was this struggle for takeovers. I went to a community in my constituency, and I met these youth, and I was trying to tell them the negativity of this using force to take over things. One of them just got and said, Honorable, I just want a yes answer. I don't want stories. when we won power, did the presidents change? I said yes, obviously. Yes, the President Kufuor has handed over to President Mos. What about the ministers? I said yes, they've changed. What about the DCs? What about the agency heads? I'm here, the MPP organizer is holding the toilet, they say I shouldn't change with him. The Speaker, and it was very instructive for me, because when they say that, when we take over, when one party wins election, and then it makes it its duty to virtually sack almost everybody to bring in his group. What are we teaching the youth? To the extent that, Mr. Speaker, today, when it comes to attitude and integrity, all of us cannot vouch for the teeming youth that are coming up in our country. Mr. Speaker, if you talk to people in industry, if you talk to people in the classroom, almost everywhere, attitude have just turned upside down, and virtually no integrity. How can you have a country where you have a lot of youth who do not see attitude and hard work and integrity as a cause? All they do is that let's just grab, let's just have an opportunity to be able to be rich overnight. Mr. Speaker, many of us who have had the opportunity of going through the mill, when I was telling a youth group in my constituency, they were shocked. They said, when we see you, you just think that the person just grew up to become what he is all of a sudden. Just because you go from riding bicycle to work, riding motorbike, you go through the mill. Today, most of our youth just think that you wake up, once you affiliate yourself with NDC or MPP and they are in power, all of a sudden you should be rich. And Mr. Speaker, sadly, we are even having members in this house who from school have not done any other work apart from just joining politics. They've not done anything apart from possibly national service, and they become politicians. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we cannot continue the way we do and expect that our youth will be able to replace us in future or stand in our foot and be able to develop this country and get it where we all want if we don't change the way we do things. Mr. Speaker, I believe that a reminder of this annually, of what we need to do to help the youth, what the youth needs themselves to do to be able to help themselves, will be useful. And I want to believe that we need to have a pragmatic way of dealing with some of the issues that affect them so that our country will continue to be better. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I want to once again thank the maker of the statement and also thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader. Majority Leadership. That's okay. Very well. Thank you very much. That will end statement time. Order. At the commencement of public business, we will please move to addendum. Presentation of papers by the Honorable Minister for Finance. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to lay the paper on behalf of the Minister of Finance.
Very well.
Concessionary agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and Ashanti Port Services Limited, a consortium of Efum Quality Limited Ghana and DSS Associates of South Korea, for amounts up to $330 million United States dollars for the development of Buankra Inland Port.
Honorable, the paper has been duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. By the Minister for Transport.
Build, operate and transfer BOT agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Transport, Ghana Shippers Authority, for an amount of up to $330 million United States dollars for the development of the Buankra Inland Port.
The paper is duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Transport for consideration and report. Honorable members, the original order paper Item listed 5. Presentation of papers. Chairman of the Committee on Mines and Energy. Item 5. Chairman of the Committee.
Yeah, I'm told the paper is not ready.
Is the paper ready at all?
For item number 5,
Is the paper ready at all, please?
it's not ready.
It's not ready. Thank you very much, sir. We're leaving out 6, 7, 8 for now. Item listed 9, motion. Yes, 9. Chairman, Finance Committee. Chairman, Energy. Is your paper ready for presentation?
Mr. Speaker,
Very well.
instead of 9, can we move to item number 15?
No, number 15.
15 and 18.
1-5. Item 1-5. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the report will cover 2 procedural motions as well as substantive and resolutions, and those would be 15 and 18.
Procedural 15
and 18.
Okay.
And then the substantive will be 16 and 19.
16 and 19.
Right, so, Mr. Speaker.
Please, will you kindly move procedural 15 and 18?
Mr. Speaker, because there's nobody before me, I want to take off my mask.
No, please, keep your mask on. Let's.
I'm sitting close, you will say nobody is.
We hear you. You do it well. Please go on.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural listed as items 15 and 18 on today's order paper be taken now. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, you may please move 16 and 19 motion.
Mr. Speaker, to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2020-2021 crop season by Cocoa Board. And then the request for waiver of stamp duty associated with the receivables-backed trade finance facility. Mr. Speaker, the trade finance facility is to enable Cocoa Board raise funds to purchase cocoa beans from farmers through licensed buying companies and to finance other operations of the board for the 2020-2021 cocoa season. The terms of the financing are in paragraph 5 on page 5 of the report. It has an interest rate of 1 month LIBOR plus 1.75% per annum, a commitment fee of 0.62% per annum, and upfront fees of 1.2% flat. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that the facility amount will be drawn down in 2 installments based on the operational needs of Cocoa Board, and that has been indicated in the table on page 7 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the following were given as the operational areas for disbursement of the loan facility and attached as a report, attached as an appendix to this report is the draft budget of the utilization of the 1.3 billion facility. Mr. Speaker, the committee sought to know if the producer price of cocoa will be reviewed for the upcoming crop season. To this, officials of Cocoa Board informed the committee that the determination of the producer price is within the mandate of the Producer Price Review Committee, and that as and when the PPRC reviews price, Cocoa Board will religiously implement same. Mr. Speaker, in view of the foregoing and taking into consideration the importance of the cocoa sector to the economy, The committee respectfully recommends to the House to 1. Approve the receivables-backed trade finance facility of $1.3 billion, and 2, the waiver of stamp duty of $6.5 million. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes. Honor for that group.
Okay. Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the approval of $1.3 billion for the activities of Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, the chairman did, and also for the tax waivers. Mr. Speaker, cocoa is very critical to the health of Ghana's economy. Indeed, someone may argue that the amount of time and resources we put into oil exploration and everything, perhaps if we apply those resources to cocoa and others, we might be better off. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 7 of the committee's report, paragraph 6.4, it talks about the loan facility disbursement. A lot of things were listed there, and farmers services cost. One of those items, Mr. Speaker, is cocoa roads. Mr. Speaker, but in the body of the text, nothing really has been said. Mr. Speaker, from 2017, the government sought and made the country aware of the challenges with Cocoa Road, to the extent that Cocoa Road project was suspended in 2017 pending the outcome of an audit report. We are yet to see any report of the Cocoa Road audit report appear in this House, either as part of the work of the Cocoa Board themselves or the government. Mr. Speaker, we are still allocating monies.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is asking about the audit of cocoa roads. The Finance Committee cannot pronounce on that matter. What is before us is the term loan facility of a trade-backed amount of 1.3 billion, which we do annually. As a matter of fact, it is the Committee on Foods and Agriculture that oversights Cocoa Board.
Thank you. In fact, who oversights is not really. But the fact is that that which was mentioned is not what is before us. So, Honorable, please keep to the report before us.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if my very good friend, the chairman of
Honorable, please, it's a very valid point.
Mr. Speaker,
on page, please move on without that reference.
Mr. Speaker, all I sought to do is that we have allocated money on page 7 for further works on Cocoa Road, and I'm saying that it would have been good if the committee reports on the outcome of some of the projects we did, which the ministry said that they were not happy about. Mr. Speaker, I'll move on anyway, but it is not out of place. On page 7, Cocoa Roads were mentioned in the report. Mr. Speaker, it's normal for them to come and ask for tax waivers at the same time when they come for this report. But Mr. Speaker, significantly this morning, the minister, you gave audience to the Minister of Food and Agriculture, and he gave us some statistics on cocoa production in this country. It is a bit scary to know that our production levels are not what we expected. Yet, we are still borrowing 1.3 billion to carry out all these things. The question is, are we capable of repaying this amount of money if production levels are going down? I'm sure government will need to do a lot to be able to match the production levels with the monies we are borrowing, so that the accruals do not tend to be coming from the country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge colleagues to approve this, but furthermore, encourage colleagues on the Finance and Agri Committee to follow up on this after the disbursement is made to make sure that the purposes for which we are approving these loans are carried out to the letter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Can we have one on this side? One, two. Honorable members, order. Honorable, first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, wait a moment. You will speak next. Honorable. Wait. And the leaders.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the committees reported to the House. Mr. Speaker, for the House to approve an amount of $1.3 billion with an attached tax waiver for the purchase of 2020-2021 cocoa in this country. Mr. Speaker, as the chairman did explain, it has become an annual ritual that every year we need to get money or solicit for financial support to purchase cocoa so that our farmers can also live a better life and improve their lot in terms of road construction, fertilizer, provision of fertilizer to cocoa farmers, and other support to our cocoa farmers who are helping us to also sustain this economy of ours. Mr. Speaker, when we met with the executives from Cocoa Board, they gave us the utilization of the last year facility that we took so that we can be in a better position to approve the current facility before us. Mr. Speaker, when they gave us the breakdown, they informed us that last year we are aware that they took 600 million facility from AFDB to support farmer improvement activities. And then they transferred $10 million from the syndicated loan to facilitate that $600 million. But Mr. Speaker, originally, when they appeared before the House of the 1.3 billion, that 10 million was not mentioned in the request. So the question is, how can they go back to the offices, take a decision to spend a whooping sum of $10 million to contract 600 million facilities? And as we speak, the drawdown is about $200 million. And you spend 10 million of cocoa syndicated facility to procure $600 million. What we know is if you are taking a loan facility of 600 million, part of the facility should be used to finance it, because we are told they spent $2.250 million as arrangement fees, and then the legal fees they spent $212,309. So how come they are still spending another $10 million from the syndicated facility for the 600 million loan that they contracted? And again, Mr. Speaker, with all this investment, like the question I posed to the Minister in charge of Agriculture, they gave us a detailed production levels of the country since 2010 to date. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, the numbers are declining. So the question is, with all this investment that we are making in the cocoa sector, the production levels keep declining. What can we do best so that we can sustain the production levels? Because, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board should also think outside the box to make some savings, because COVID-19, the outbreak of COVID-19, is just a wake-up call for all of us. We can't always think of going to the international market or the local market to borrow money to buy cocoa. Right now, as we find ourselves in this situation, we are organizing meetings through Zoom and then signing contracts through Zoom and all that. A day may come where we may not get that opportunity to engage each one to do these transactions. What kind of service are we making? So in future, we can also pull resources from our own to purchase our own cocoa. We can't rely on other financial institutions, international communities to buy cocoa. We are saying it has become an annual ritual. For the past 25 or 30 years, every year we have to go to the international market to take loan and buy cocoa. We have to think outside the box so that we can also, in future, driven from our own resources and buy our own cocoa so that we can give better prices to our cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, with this few observations, I think it has become an annual ritual. We have to give the approval so that the cocoa board can go ahead and sign the contract so that we can get the money and give a better price for our cocoa farmers. Because many cocoa farmers, Mr. Speaker, as I speak, those that have got their farm trees cut down, they are seriously suffering. Making ends meet has become a bigger challenge for all of them. So we need to put in place some interventions to mitigate their sufferings. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion on the $1.3 billion.
Honorable, please wear your mask.
For the $1.3 billion receivable-backed trade finance facility. Mr. Speaker, before I go on, I want to assure my brother on the other side that after the recapitalization of the banks are in a better position to form a consortium to finance big-ticket deals than it was in 2016. And this is one of the reasons why we have gone on to do the financial sector cleanup. And then going forward, I believe that we are going to be in a position where our local banks, capitalized at $400 million, will be in a position to finance big-ticket deals like our annual receivable-backed trade finance for the cocoa sector. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa sector today is of crucial importance to the Ghanaian economy. It is a major contributor to our GDP. Annually, it provides us with very important foreign exchange. Along the value chain, employs over 2 million people, and it also supports infrastructural development. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa sector is synonymous to Ghana's economy. Even before we got oil and were able to expand our economy, the cocoa sector has been the mainstay of our economy. And so I urge the House to support this facility to enable the sector finance its activities for the 2020-2021 cocoa buying season. Thank you very much for the Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leadership. Honorable, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. My issue with this report is that there is a revelation which reveals clearly that Cocoa Board has been doing something which is illegal, and I want to draw your attention to it. Mr. Speaker, in the 2020 main budget presented to this House, which we approved last year, there was no provision for export duty on all cocoa exports. The figure there was 0. And when I raised it here, the Honorable standing there
Honorable, please.
to challenge me.
Order. Yes. Honorable Dr. Abudu.
My colleagues said, and I quote him, Cocoa Board has been doing something illegal. Mr. Speaker, that is an accusation that cannot be proved. He said illegal. Please listen, illegal. He's not the court. Since when the Supreme Court or High Court to pronounce that Cocoa Board has done something illegal? Mr. Speaker, if he wants to say that it is possible that Cocoa Board might be, I won't have any problem. But he said Cocoa Board has done something illegal. I think he should withdraw that. I think he should completely withdraw that, because such an accusation does not bring well for Cocoa Board. They are going for a 1.3 billion facility, and you are standing in Parliament saying that we are doing something illegal. It's a serious allegation.
Honorable, I will You see, we must be very sober in language. If we engage in hyperboles with a view to doing politics, you always fall into this kind of difficulty. You want to accuse the Ghana Cocoa Board that it is engaged in illegalities, and you don't have any serious support. Please, you are pursuing a very difficult path. That's the mildest language I can use. Can you withdraw? In fact, apologize.
Mr. Speaker, withdraw the word illegal. I will, however...
If you withdraw the word illegal, say so and proceed.
I have done that. I have done that, Mr. Speaker.
Moving forward.
Now, what I have observed from the presentation made to us at the Finance Committee is that Cocoa Board has allocated an amount of 456,630,574 cedis for cocoa roads, and is classified as export duty. Export duty. Has also allocated an amount of 128,407,552 cedis and classified it as export duty. Now, we know that duties, levies, and other charges, taxes, whatever, on export and import are the prerogative of Ghana Revenue Authority. They can determine these amounts payable by exporters and importers, and no other institution or agency is clothed with that power so to do. Mr. Speaker, what I was referring to is that I called your attention to the fact that cocoa was being exported, but no duty was being paid. And it is in the 2020 budget. I can refer that to you, page 214 of the 2020 budget, which we approved here. Export duties, they said zero. And I remember I raised it here. Mr. Speaker, what I am trying to draw your attention to is that Parliament is the body which has the power to determine and approve taxes payable by citizens and exporters and importers. Now, behind Parliament, nobody can levy any duty or determine duty payable by him. I cannot say that I am importing a vehicle through the port and this is the amount I want to pay as import duty. But in this presentation, it's quite clear that Cocoa Board is determining duty payable by itself and then also spending that money on whatever it wishes to do. This is what I want to refer to as being an undermining of parliamentary authority, which must be brought to your attention. And then the perpetrators need to be brought to what is needful, what is right. That is where I was starting from. My second issue...
Honorable, are you on a point of correction? Then please be specific. What are you correcting, please? Otherwise, you will make your own contribution. I have an indication that you are contributing next. Exactly. Yes, Honorable, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second issue I have with the presentation is what I refer to as a very high cost of financing these loans. In the same presentation, 1,940,941 cedis and Ghana cedis and 18 pesos
is allocated to finance the cost of borrowing. It is there, and it is the second highest to the expenditure on producer price of cocoa. So you see that we are borrowing money to do very good things, but a big chunk of it is just going to service the loans that we are borrowing. That's why I feel that we do something, the Cocoa Board can do something to reduce the cost of its activities, so that gradually we start putting money aside to give capacity to Cocoa Board to buy its own cocoa, to use its own funds to pay cocoa, so that we will reduce this financing cost. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look through of this high cost, last year Cocoa Board made a loss of 1,954,094,000 Ghana cedis. And this year, it is again budgeting for a loss, operational loss of 259,977,032 cedis. That's the deficit that Cocoa Board operations will be giving out this year. Can't we do a better management so as to reduce the overall operation cost, so that Cocoa Board can start preparing itself to be able to spend on its own? You see, these are my concerns with this annual ritual of going to Europe to go and borrow money, celebrate it, and come back home with its attendant cost. I think we could do better. That is these are the two concerns I have, Mr. Speaker, as I still say that for this year it is too late. So we have to go and borrow. But in the future, going forward, we should change our agronomy and then do better than what we have now. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership. Honorable. Yes, Honorable. I got an earlier indication that you will next. That's why I wanted you to.
He's a cocoa expert.
No, but I have to, of course, respect my senior. When he stands up, I need to sit. Mr. Speaker, there are some erroneous impressions being created by the last speaker. He is saying that the board on its own is determining the tax that they have to pay. And that is wrong. Well, this page that you're looking at, Mr. Speaker, that is after page 11, that is appendix on page 12, if I may. It's the report of the report on the PPRC being chaired by the Minister of Finance. People here is approved by the Minister of Finance. And GRA, of course, is an agency, Ministry of Finance. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we say that last year, export duty was 0, and then this year we are saying that export duty in lieu of cocoa roads is about 456 million, and then in respect of Dam is about 128.4 million. That is rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I think the figure was so 456 in respect of cocoa roads, and then 99 million in respect of Dam. Mr. Speaker, these are debts that have been created long ago. I mean, the Dam was built on the proceeds of cocoa, and it's been there, and we are all paying. So if government is expecting some dividend in terms of taxes, and the finance ministry itself agrees that it should be used in paying this debt, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and nobody is perpetrating any illegality here. As he is making us understand, nobody is perpetrating any illegality here. This page is approved by the Ministry of Finance because the PPRC committee is chaired by the Ministry of Finance. The Speaker, if you look at that same page, he talked about item 9 on the second column. He talked about a number of items, but I want to also look at item 9, repayment of 10-year loan repayment of 10-year loan. The Speaker, Cocoa Board incurred a debt, a certain huge amount of debt over 10 years ago, and now we are paying for that amount. The amount allocated for that repayment is about 461.4 million cedis. Who created this debt? That was 10 years ago. Now we are doing that. 10 years ago, what was the total debt of Ghana Cocoa Board? It was about 5 billion cedis. And what did he say? Last speaker was saying that last year we incurred a debt of about 1.9. What is the total debt today compared to the total debt in 10 years ago? What is the total debt? Now this year, if this year we are proposing to do a debt of 259 million, which one is better? Gradually, Mr. Speaker, we are reducing the debt portfolio of Ghana Cocoa Board. We are reducing the debt portfolio of Ghana Cocoa Board. And they are talking about production. What we need to know is that, Mr. Speaker, cocoa is a plant. It is a plant. It can be affected by diseases, can be affected by anything. And production can dip. It can go down drastically. Mr. Speaker, right now, Cocoa Board is spending a lot of money on resolving all the negative issues on the cocoa plant. We are doing a number of measures, including pruning, and so on. Cutting down cocoa trees, moribund farms. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you don't do this, a time will come that the plant itself will not be there at all. Because of all these, cost is going high, and therefore production will also come down. But at the point when you have resolved all these issues, of course, then the cocoa trees will become young and the yields will go up. As it is now, we have a higher percentage of the plants being moribund. If I say moribund, it means they are of much age and the production level has slowed down, has come down drastically. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the cost that is put here, you see that a lot of it is geared towards rehabilitation of the plant, and therefore you have to invest before you can reap the benefits much later in the years ahead. So, Speaker, there is not just this performance of Ghana Cocoa Board for this year, and as it were, this annual ritual of we taking loan to buy cocoa beans and of course use the dollars to balance our foreign exchange debt and all that, Mr. Speaker, is laudable. This was instituted some years back by the PNDC administration, and every government has followed that. We are all praying for a day.
PNDC.
Yes, PNDC.
I'm not way.
I've not said that. PNDC time. So, Mr. Speaker, we are all looking for a day where, of course, Ghana Cocoa Board, or Ghana for that matter, will be able to come out of a loan system. But until that time, it will continue to be this way. We will borrow and then sell our cocoa upfront, and we are using. This time, I can see that, of course, the cost of attracting that loan, the cost of getting that loan, the Speaker, if you look at the balance sheet here, it is drastically coming down. And that is what this government is doing. I thank you so much for this opportunity.
At the conclusion of the debate, please, the leadership slot are asked. But if that is so, Honourable Minority Leader, you may want to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, but to raise few issues. Basically, one main issue, which has already been raised, but the response from the I don't know whether he's the chairman of the, I don't know him to be a cocoa expert. He is the chairman of the Education Committee. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by Honorable Kodo is that the Ministry of Finance in the main budget did not make provision for export duty at all coming from the cocoa sector, both in the main budget and in the media review. So if the Ministry of Finance is not expecting any revenue coming from the cocoa sector in the form of export duty, then we do not expect Cocoa Board to be making provision for the payment of export duty as an expenditure. So we need to reconcile these two. We need to reconcile because in the main budget, as Honorable Kodo quoted, that is page 214, appendix 3A. The Ministry of Finance under international trade taxes, export duty, 0. So nothing is expected for export duty. Now, if you come to the media review, appendix 4B, you see also provision made for cocoa board as export duty 0. So the Ministry of Finance, or if the honorable member is saying that the chairman of the board is, or the table is coming from Ministry of Finance, why should the Ministry of Finance be making provision for cocoa board to pay export duty, yet they themselves know that they are not receiving any money for export duty? That is the issue. We need to clarify this. We need to clarify that. That is the main one issue. Then, Mr. Speaker,
do you raise a point of order or correction?
Mr. Speaker, cocoa board has not made provision for paying duty. In the budget, the Ministry of Finance sets export duty to 0.
Yes.
Cocoa board is being transparent by saying that the export duty that we would have paid, which has been waived by the Ministry of Finance and the budget, is going to be used for cocoa roads and the Blue Dam commitment. That is what is here. So this is transparency. The Kufuor government is transparent, accountable, and has men of integrity. That's what they are doing here.
This explanation should be covered in a report. Because, one, how did the cocoa board determine? How did the cocoa board determine that this is the amount that they would have paid as export duty? Wait, please, why are you all feeling the heat?
Honorable
Wait, let me explain the issue to you. You're feeling the heat too much. How can cocoa board? Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
I like systematic approach. Order, honorable, please, one moment. The question has been posited. You may take your seat for now. How can cocoa board, so motu, that's by themselves, determine that which they are liable to pay, for which matter they've already made appropriate allocations and explanations? Honorable Dr. Kutose.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, cocoa board does not on its own determine the export duty.
Honorable members, the
commentary. Our laws require that if the Ministry of Finance wants to waive a tax,
order,
he has to come properly before Parliament. That's our law. So, Speaker, in the table referred to by my chair, you see an export duty line of 0. It means the Ministry of Finance is requesting Parliament to waive taxes to cocoa board. That is the waiver that they went before us legally. But in working with cocoa board, they have to let cocoa board understand that in lieu of this waiver, we want you to do X amount of cocoa roads and buoy down payments. But legally, the minister has asked permission and we've approved it. We have waived the taxes. But cocoa board internally must keep note to remind itself that in lieu of export which has been waived, we are expected to do both roads and pay the buoy down. So there's nothing illegal about it. That's why I was surprised that my colleague said it's illegal. It is properly before us.
Those who want to speak.
We have approved.
Those who want to speak, you may rise. For this sitting and running your own commentary, it's not acceptable. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is good that this issue has come up for more education to be given.
Mr. Speaker,
this is very clear, that under Article 174 of the Constitution, we are mandated as Parliament to waive taxes. So if Cocoa Board will not pay export duty, the Minister of Finance would have even determined that amount of money and come to the House and request the House to waive it. But they made provision for zero revenue without knowing how much is the quantum of the tax. At the time we are passing the budget, they don't know. If they knew, they would have come to the House. So
you don't start speaking while seated.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't recognize you.
Mr. Speaker,
please go.
I don't think that is a proper thing for the Minister of Finance to make zero provision for export duty and then determine that value and give it to Cocoa Board to apply for either Buidam or for Cocoa Road. I don't think that is the best thing to do. But, Mr. Speaker, why even this description? Cocoa, we all know that Cocoa Board has been using part of their proceeds to finance Cocoa Road. Why do you want to say that this is amount we're going to use, which is a tax we should have gone to, and then would have used it for Cocoa Road? Why don't you just say, as part of your, you are spending X amount of money for Cocoa Roads? That would have cleared every doubt. Why are you want to do it? What kind of transparency you are talking about? You are rather creating problem. The Minister of Finance should have come to this House with a document, a request that this amount of money is supposed to be collected from Cocoa Board as export duty, but waive it for us. That was not done. You made provision for zero revenue, and you are coming through the back door and say this is the explanation. Mr. Speaker, it is not clear, and that is my concern.
Honorable Dr. Akutu said you owe the House an assistance. Is that a bad? So are we not going to be interested in putting things properly before on the record?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Aveji is asking a question that should have been asked last year and this year when he was approving the budget. That when you say export duty is zero, what do you mean? I agree with him. This is not the first time Cocoa Board is doing this. But at committee, they explained to us in the Ministry of Finance why they're doing this. So I understand. But if he wants to know how much is in export duty, it's a legitimate question to ask. But I'm saying that legally, because they are waiving export duties, they have to put zero. Now, if you want a further explanation, you can require them to put it in there so you know the amount. Cocoa Board internally must match the amount of export duty to the equivalent of Cocoa Roads for its internal, so that it knows. It could be that, it could be less, it could be more. So I don't have any difficulty, but I think that, as you said, we are discussing it, and that's why I didn't want my colleague to say it is illegal. Not illegal, because when he brings it, then we have legally waived it. If we have other questions, we should so ask. I don't have any difficulty with that.
Honorable Aveji, you may please continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. So, if that is the explanation, we want the position to be clarified. Probably next year, the situation is the same. That if you are making provision for a zero revenue from the export duty from the cocoa sector, if you want that amount, if finally you determine that amount, you want to waive it, come to the House and request for the waiver. And that will help all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few comments on the report before us. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the facility that is being sought, the 1.3 billion United States dollars. The Speaker, the target for the cocoa beans to be procured
is 900,000 metric tons. We heard today, this morning, from the Minister of Agriculture, who related to the production levels since 2010-2011 production year. Mr. Speaker, we saw that the figures generally have been climbing down, but lately there is this small increase in the production levels, which is what the minister will. Indeed, 2018-2019, the level of production, which is not being reviewed yet, is 811,606 metric tons. For 2019-2020, it is envisaged that production levels will go a bit up to 900,000, which is why to 900,000 metric tons, which is why they are looking for an amount of $1.3 billion. The Speaker, that should suggest that what the ministry is doing with respect to the treatment of the diseased cocoa trees by Cocoa Board, the replanting both of food and cash crops for affected farmers, the maintenance of the farms for a 2-year period, a payment of compensation for the loss of livelihoods, and compensation for both affected tenant farmers and their landowners. Mr. Speaker, we seem to be making some incremental progress in the effort to upscale production once again, ever since we hit the target of 1 million in 2010-2011 production year. Mr. Speaker, the added expenditures involve the pest control, the fertilizer distribution and application, the scholarships to farmers' wards and cocoa roads, industry inputs, the procurement of jute sacks, the trainings that's going on, rehabilitation of replanting, and child education support. The Speaker, the combined effect of all these being undertaken by Cocoa Board is what we are beginning to witness. That is the anticipated increase to 900,000 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, a colleague raised an issue about cocoa roads, and I agree that we need perhaps to further interrogate the cocoa roads, where exactly they are being constructed. The Speaker, in 2014-2015 production year, we saw that some cocoa roads were even brought to Accra here. They were brought to Accra. So one would ask, why come to construct roads in Accra in the name of cocoa roads? The answer given to us in Parliament was that, well, the roads that we make in Accra should be part of the road build-up to ferry cocoa beans from the rural areas through Accra to Tema. That was the answer that was given to us in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we need to interrogate where these cocoa roads are going. My little worry really has to do with the COVID environment that as a nation we find ourselves in. What effect is it going to have on cocoa prices? Mr. Speaker, what effect is it going to have on cocoa prices? And then also, perhaps we also need to inquire if the COVID environment is going to affect cocoa prices, what contribution can we have from the arrangements that we have as a country with La Côte d'Ivoire in terms of stabilizing cocoa prices when there is an overproduction of the beans. The Speaker, there are some questions that perhaps the Ministry of Agriculture and Cocoa Board could provide to us. But beyond that, the Speaker, I believe that we are on course to reviving the cocoa industry. Issues have been raised about the tax waiver and the intendment of that tax waiver. The Speaker, I think it's akin to what happened to us as a country when we submitted to the regime of HEPIC. What interest that ought to have been paid on our debts? We were told we are going to be forgiving, but as a nation, we were supposed to submit proposals as to how we are going to pay, we are going to spend the interest that ought to have been paid on the debt. The Speaker, it's the same thing. It's by the same arrangement. Cocoa Board was required to pay some taxes. The Minister of Finance plus GRA sit down, and the Minister of Finance comes to determination that those taxes will not. However, in lieu of the payment, we envisage that we are going to pay this much on taxes if we are to pay taxes. The taxes will amount to this figure, X figure. Use the X figure which we ought to have paid in terms of taxes if we were to pay taxes to do the C. The Speaker, that indeed is an arrangement. The deputy minority leader is raising an issue about the process of the waiver. I think that is interesting. The Speaker, that finds expression in not Article 1741, but in 1742 and 3, how Parliament is required to grant that waiver. It should come by a resolution of 2/3, because now we are surrendering that authority. How is it to be done? I think as a House we should come to some determination on that. But that we have agreed generally to waive the taxes. Yes, we have done so. But how is it? What process should we follow? I think that it should be by the 2/3 waiver that Parliament will grant. But we should come to that determination ourselves, the Speaker, in respect of Article 1742 and 3. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. At the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor of motions numbered 16 and 19 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is duly adopted. Resolutions numbered 17 and 20. Honorable Minister for Finance.
If you got a Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation to stand in for the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
I beg to move that resolution numbered item 17 on pages 9 and 10 of the order paper, and also resolution numbered item 20 on pages 11 and 12 of the order paper be now. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman.
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, all those in favor of the adoption of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is duly adopted. Item 21, motion, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
First of all, I need to draw the attention of the House to what we did under addendum, the other paper addendum. I think there is a mistake in what we did. The paper that was presented, because it's a concessionary agreement, should have been a concessionary agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Transport, not the Ministry of Finance. In this regard, it should have been by the Ministry of Transport representing public, not the Ministry of Finance, because of the nature of the concession agreement. And the referral ought to have gone to the Committee on Roads and Transport, not finance. Not finance. So just to no, it's not
The reference was made to what?
the concession agreement and the
reference was made to what ministry?
So that is it. And what appears as item number, as the second one, which document was presented by the Minister of Transport, ought not to have been done at all by the Minister, because it's the Minister who ought to have done one. And that will be sufficient. So the second leg didn't have to be advertised on the other paper addendum. And the referral is to the Committee on Roads and Transport. So, Mr. Speaker, that is it. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, for the table officers to capture it, we'll then go to
yes, the referral was made to Committee on Roads and Transport.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, and that was what was made.
Yes, the first leg was referred to the Committee on Finance, and I'm saying that
with regard to the second, that is the referral that was made.
Yes, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker.
It was not referred to finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that the referral ought to have gone to the Committee on Roads and Transport. The first leg, the presentation ought to have been done by the Minister responsible for Transport, and not Finance. And not Finance in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll liaise with the table officers, and then the appropriate thing will be done. And the referral will have to go to the Committee on Roads and not Finance.
Honorable Minority, any disagreement? Very well. The correction is made accordingly.
As we can now, we can deal with item numbered as 6.
Item number
Mr. Speaker, can we take item listed as 12? Item 12.
Item listed 12. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, item 12, what's a procedural motion? I beg to move that the motion listed as item 12 on page 6 of today's order paper be taken out. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Page 13.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 30 on pages 6 and 7 of today's order paper be taken now. Mr. Speaker, I will present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, what is before us,
And then answer to capture it in full and then give us the conclusion.
ready to Mr. Speaker, I will speak to the highlights as the Hansard Department captures it fully. Mr. Speaker, what's before us is the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi of 835,079 United States dollars on materials, equipment, and vehicles required for the execution of the Greater Accra Sustainable Sanitation and Livelihoods Improvement Project, GASLIP. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has already approved this facility of $48 million. It's an African Development Bank facility, and the conditions require that duties and taxes be waived. The total is again 135 and 79,000. Attached as an appendix to the report is a breakdown of the assessment done by Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, the committee has satisfied itself and recommends to the House to approve the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to 835,079 United States dollars. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I wish to say that it is indeed a straightforward tax exemption. It is indeed a straightforward tax exemption that we should all support. Apart from the fact that we raised an observation that there's the need for Ministry of Finance going forward to be looking at the items we've been asked to exempt. Mr. Speaker, a typical one is where we've been asked to exempt a shredder worth $23, and then a comb binding machine of about $43. Mr. Speaker, these are things that I believe the ministry responsible for finance should be looking at, and then where possible, take steps not to exempt items of this nature. Mr. Speaker, overall, the committee was indeed satisfied with the request that an amount of 835,079 US dollars be approved as tax exemption for the purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can we conclude that here? Honorable members, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Resolution. Honorable Dr. Akutuose, if you may. Honorable Dr. Akutuose.
I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution listed as item number 14 on pages 7 and 8 of the order paper be adopted now. I so move.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Yes, all those in favor, all those say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes, Honorable Majority.
Mr. Speaker, we can deal with item 21.
Item 21.
21.
Item number 21. Chairman of the committee, procedural motion.
Yes.
Chairman, committee, roads, transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that item listed number 21 on page 13 of today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Thank you very much. Who seconds the procedural motion?
Right, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor, aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
22.
I move that item listed 22 on page 13 of today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, in so doing, I seek your leave to present your committee's report. The Speaker, I ask that the Hunter Department pick the entire report whilst I read the highlights of the report. The Speaker, before I start the reading, I want to make this correct. At page 6 of the report, paragraph 4.0, objective, line 3, the Speaker, we delete after north, we delete road and put what? So count Accra stroke Tema Northworth. Thank you, the Speaker. The Speaker,
agree.
Page 6, paragraph 4.0, objective, line 3, after Accra stroke Tema North routes is northwards, not north routes. The Speaker, the overall objective, project objective is to address the imbalance between transport modes for long distance transit and fleet movement from Accra northwest and vice versa. In particular, Mr. Speaker, containerized and other bulk commodities movement via Tema Port, from where an alternative to the current transport solution will improve existing port operations and will result in reduced vessel time, container dwelling time, and increased competitiveness of the port, as well as lead to reduction in freight transaction costs with increased safety. So, Speaker, the scope of work will, at 5.0, will be the project scope originally comprised a detailed design and construction of 84.832 kilometer single standard gauge railway line from Tema to Akosombo, consisting of formation of cutting and embankment. The Speaker, we move straight to conclusion. The Speaker, the committee has duly scrutinized the commercial agreement and satisfied itself the project inures to the correct fit of the infrastructure development of the country, given the expected benefits to be derived from the project in achieving sustainable development. The committee recommends that the House adopt its report in respect of the variation on the ongoing railway construction works being executed between the port of Tema and Impaka Dam, that is the
Addendum number 1 to the contract agreement between Government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Rail Development, that's Ghana Railway Development Authority, and besides Afcons Infrastructure Limited of India for an amount of 48,843,490.54 euros. The Speaker, I respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Abuja.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably moved by the chairman of the committee, and also make few comments of mine. Mr. Speaker, this is just a variation to an agreement that is already in effect. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, the Minister and the Majority Leader, who I talked to when I noticed that when variation came to Parliament, the Finance Committee did their part, but the Subject Matter Committee, the Road Committee, we didn't appear to have the details of the commercial agreement. And indeed, you acted positively, and today we have the commercial agreement. I think the developer is more secured, knowing very well that both the facility and the commercial agreement have been dealt with. Mr. Speaker, what are we talking about? We are aware that the original project was supposed to terminate at Akosombo, but at the start of the project, it was determined that the termination point should be in Pakadan. Various reasons were given, but we've passed that stage. The fact is that we are going to Pakadan currently, across the river, and there's a requirement for $48 million to be able to build a bridge over the River Volta instead of a tunnel under the river at a point in time. Mr. Speaker, through the report, all the features of a contract agreement are in place. We have no reason to not support this. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Afcons is doing a good job in terms of quality of work, at least what they've done so far. It's not yet a railway that we can use, but Afcons, an Indian company, has got a record of doing this effectively elsewhere. So we believe when this project is concluded, will be added to the stock of rail network in our country. Mr. Speaker, I also got assurance from the minister that when they build a bridge over the river at a point, at a place which is close to Aqua Safari, Royal Sanctuary, we believe the clearance between the bridge and the water should not impede recreational activity. Currently, boats use that stretch. The minister made us aware that is being taken care of. So, Mr. Speaker, we just hope and pray that this project will be concluded in good time. Mpakadan is not a destination, Mr. Speaker. Mpakadan is just a point in a long stretch all the way to the north. We want to see what happens after Mpakadan. Are we going back onto the river, or are we going to build a railway from Mpakadan all the way to the north? Mr. Speaker, those are the future projects that will be done when the time is. Speaker, with these few words, I support and encourage colleagues to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, committee. I want to thank the members of the committee for their kind indulgence. Thank the Speaker as well for your indulgence. We brought today the commercial contract, the financial agreement has already been looked at. Mr. Speaker, just to say that as the ranking member rightly said, we have started a journey, and in Pakadan is not the final destination. The water transport will be developed along the Volta River. That is under the auspices of the Ministry of Transport. But at the same time, the railway line will also be developed to the north. Mr. Speaker, we should not forget that Sheni iron ore reserves are on the way they're in the north. And indeed, the plan to do the railway line from Tema to Paga includes taking into account shading. And so there are studies that show that both the water and the railway line can exist together in both of them being very economically viable. What has happened is that the railway line will not continue from Ipakadan, it will continue rather from Dwapon, because from Dwapon it turns left to Ipakadan. The good thing, Mr. Speaker, is that from Dwapon to Paga, we've cut the journey by 100 kilometers. From Tema to Paga is 800 kilometers. And this line is 90-something kilometers, so we've cut the journey by 100 kilometers. With regards to the line from Dwapon to Paga, with a branch line to Sheni, with a branch line to Ho, and all the regional capitals on the way, we are trying to give it out on a BOT basis. So, Speaker, 3 companies have been shortlisted. Hopefully, when we go and come back, we will have finished that process and we'll be able to bring it to Parliament and to be a continuation of what we are doing. I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the members of the committee. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor of the numbered 22 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Now, the resolution. Item listed 23. Honorable Minister. The resolution number 23 on page 14.
Sir, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. It's on. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move resolution number 23 of page 14. Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
As a move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion for adoption of the resolution has been moved, adopted. Yes, honorable majority leader, please.
Speaker, item number 27.
Item
27.
Item 27. Honorable Majority, Honorable First Deputy Speaker, will please take the chair. And also, in view of the business ahead of us and the time, I direct that sitting be extended beyond the regular hours. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to move that item listed 27 on page 16 of today's order paper will move today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Who seconds?
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Substantive.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I move that item listed 28 on page 17 of today's order paper be moved today. I so move, the Speaker, and in so doing, I seek your leave to present your committee's report. The Speaker, I ask that the Hazard Department read the entire report whilst I read the highlights of the report. The Speaker, the objective of the construction of sections of the Western Rail Line on standard gauge from Takoradi Port to Hunibari is to boost the transportation of mineral and bulk commodities like manganese, bauxite, cocoa, timber, cement, and petroleum products to the port of Takoradi and other parts of the country. It will also ease congestion on our roads and reduce damage to our roads caused by heavy-duty trucks. The project is also aimed at reducing the cost of transporting goods, as cost of transporting goods by roads is expected compared to transporting by rail. The project is intended to contribute to the Ghana government transport objective of railway development. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 5 is indicating the scope of work, that the construction of approximately 8 kilometers of standard gauge rail tracks connecting the existing convertible narrow gauge tracks from Takoradi to the Takoradi port. The Speaker, conversion of 10.6 kilometer single track from narrow gauge track to standard gauge between Takoradi and Kodukru, construction of a bypass section along Kodukru to Mansu section of the Western Rail Line. The Speaker, I'll go straight to the conclusion. The committee, having carefully examined the commercial contract agreement and certify itself that the construction of section of the Western Rail Line will have positive impact on the economy of the country by facilitating the transportation of minerals and bulk commodities and reduce damage to roads and congestion on our roads, recommends to the House to have its report and approve the commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Railways Development, that's Ghana Railway Development Authority, and Amandi Investment Limited for an amount of 500 million euros for the construction of sections of the Western Rail Line and standard gauge from Takoradi Port to Hunibari. I respectfully submitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion for approval of 500 million euros for the construction of the Western Rail Line on standard gauge from Takoradi Port to Huni Valley. Mr. Speaker, as stated by the chairman, this is largely a new construction and the conversion of sections that are currently on narrow gauge to standard gauge. Mr. Speaker, this is a good thing. As usual, this is just a small section of what we should be doing. But once we are incrementally adding to the stock of our rail network, eventually we'll get there. Mr. Speaker, in Western region, in recent times, we've carried out some works around Takoradi and so. And indeed, that has already impacted positively on the transportation of bauxite and others to the Takoradi port. This particular project would open up the area more leading towards Kumasi, but that will be on another contract. Mr. Speaker, once again, I will say that the features of this contract are all in line, just to say that indeed it's a EPCT project. So details in terms of quantities, local content, and other things are not clear. However, the chairman of the committee insisted that now that Ghana as a state is intending to invest heavily in railway, we acknowledge the fact that railway is capital intensive, and if government is going to take the risk to put in this money, potentially in other countries, railway is a good source of skilled labor employment. We must as well begin to train our people today or take advantage in the construction so that they are well
skilled, so that when the developers leave us, we will be able to do this. In other countries, even Ghanaians, have met people who lived their life 30 years in London, and all they did was to be working for London Underground. And it's quite a highly paid job as well. And this is why I believe this is a very good thing. And then the minister assured us that beyond that, local contractors will play a role, not only by supplying crushed rocks, sand, but also take part in the real work of laying a railway line, so that they become part of the people who would carry on the history of this beyond where we will leave it. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very viable project, and I encourage colleagues to support it for the ministry to carry on their mandate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I equally right to support the motion brought before the House. And let me add, Mr. Speaker, historically, we know that the railway started from the western region, where we have large deposits of our minerals there. And the only means of cutting these resources is through the rail. And when the railway lines got bad, they have to use the roads. And that has led to serious destruction of our road networks in the western region. Therefore, it is very gratifying that the government has sought this funding to do this standard gauge for the transportation of these minerals. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the committee for what they have done, and I'm so enthused to the fact that the Railway Ministry and the Ghana Railway Corporation has realized the need for us to build the capacities of Ghanaian contractors in these railway sectors. And I think that from the report, we've been told that there are some few Ghanaian companies who have started being used in this railway business. For example, the manufacturing of railway sleepers for the railways, if we are able to carry this through, Mr. Speaker, is going to go a long way to preserve foreign exchange for this country. And also the training of railway staff, so that after they are gone, we know they have all the skill and the capacity to enable them to maintain not only the tracks, but also these machines that we're using for the railway corporation. Mr. Speaker, the amount involved is quite huge. And it's my prayer that it will go a long way to support the vision of His Excellency the President in revamping the railway sector to open up. And when you look at the modes of transport, i.e. the roads, the air, by sea and by rail. Currently, you look at the intermodal transport, where you're cutting goods from the port to other parts of the country. Within my constitution, from the port all the way to Pakatan, we are aware that the Railway Ministry, through the government, is extending the rail line across the Volta Lake to open up that part of the country. And we think that it is highly commendable, that we need to commend the President and his team for the good work they have done. Mr. Speaker, I'm very much grateful for this little opportunity to share with this report. Thank you very much.
Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a basic question, and I need your narration. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 6 of the report, paragraph Roman number 7, value for money audit. And Mr. Speaker, I quote, the committee observed that PRDA, that is Ghana Railway Development Authority, is going through the necessary processes to engage an independent consultant to undertake a value for money audit for the contract. So, Speaker, the authority has not even engaged a contract or consultant value for money. They are now going through the process to engage the consultant. The authority also observed that the procurement process that the ministry or and agencies go through to select independent consultant is cumbersome. So they are proposing that a legislation is passed to enable Ghana Institute of Engineers to register a independent consultant from which the ministries can conduct value for money. Mr. Speaker, this is an agreement between the ministry and a contractor to undertake a project. And then the cost of the project coming here as $500 million. If after the consultant who will be engaged to do the value for money come to a conclusion that there is no value for money, and we in Parliament have already given approval, what happened? How do we go about it? If at the end, the consultant says that the cost should have been less than the 500 million, what is the procedure? We don't know, and I don't know how we go about it. I need to be educated. If at the end, the consultant said the value should have been 450 million, not 500, what happened? We have already approved. So, Mr. Speaker, that was why, if you remember,
yes, your leader is on his feet. You want objection against him?
Mr. Speaker, that is why in the fifth parliament, you realize that the Madam Speaker at the time always insists that before agreement of this nature comes to the House, it is accompanied with value for money audit. They will know clearly what we are approving. But we have dropped that requirement that value for money process should be adopted. Then the value which that come to the House is the true value of the project. We are now going back to the previous situation where we approve here in the House, value for money audit is conducted. What happened to the report, I do not know. So, Mr. Speaker, we need some clearance on how we should go about this process. If we should go back to what Madam Speaker then directed, that requirement of this nature should come along with the value for money, clearly most people will be clear in their mind what we are approving as a House. So thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Roads and Transport.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, value for money is simply an assessment of the risk the employer, which is government of Ghana, will go through in having a contract agreement with the contractor who is supposed to execute the job. That's simply that. Now, if you go through the committee's report, the legal aspect of the report, that the conditions of contract, you realize that provisions has been made in the contract that is acceptable to the committee and it meets international standards. Human security for proper performance of the job by the contractor. You have the advance payment and advance payment guarantee, in which if an advance payment is supposed to be released to the contractor, there's a guarantee. Bill of quantities. And the deputy minority leader was talking about if the is less than what has been approved or is going to be approved by the House. The committee in next eye of page 7 indicated that there is a bill of quantity, detailed bill of quantities were attached. And that attachment, the committee agreed that it was detailed enough, and the even law committee loves but urges the ministry to ensure that the rates and quantities quoted therein are at least maintained. So, what I'm saying that the provisions had been made in this contract. Bill of quantities, detailed one has been attached. The financial and physical impact, defense liability period, insurance of the wealth, which is very critical. All these are mentioned in the conditions of contracts to reduce the risk. That's why we go through in undertaking this project. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's true. Maybe the written reports on the value for money has not been done. But aspects of this contract that the committee had looked on suggests that the risk that the employer will go through has been reduced or is being reduced. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to panic because the value for audit report is not attached. Because all these are assessment of the risk that the employer will go through. And these are all indicated in the contract that the committee has gone through. Maybe what I have not seen here is the environmental impact. But I'm sure maybe if the committee had gone through it, they would have realized that maybe the environmental impact has also been assessed and approved. Honorable Speaker, I believe there should be no fears after this House to go through this report and then adopt it for acceptance by the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think the points raised by the Deputy Minority Leader are germane. However, it is the nature of sole-sourced contracts and the way it is in the FIDIC form of contract that is the issue. Mr. Speaker, one of the features of a sole-sourced contract is that you can contract at the time you don't know all the details of the project. So you don't need a full-scale design to start. But there's always that part of the clause says that the conclusive figure at the time of value for money becomes the real contract price. So there's no ambiguity about that. And indeed, in this contract, that is a part of the conditions precedent. Mr. Speaker, what Deputy Minority Leader read about the committee asking for Ghana Institute of Surveyors is a critical thing that the House will discuss before. As we speak, Ghana Institute of Surveyors do not have an act that establishes them like Ghana Bar Association, Ghana Institute of Architects and other things. So when you hear people say Ghana Institute of Surveyors have been asked to do certain things, we are probably operating slightly below the bar line. It is important for the state to take the steps to establish them by law so that they can go and further license value for money auditing, and then Public Procurement Authority will list those ones on their website. So if the Minister of Railway wants to carry out value for money, he doesn't necessarily have to go to Minister of Finance. He can go to their website and get a few of them. They give him a quotation and he can go. Because currently, the entities that have gone through approval in this House, and their projects are locked up at Crown Agent or somewhere else, and it's not in the interest of the state. So, we are just re-echoing what this House has already said, that we need a regime where we can have Ghanaian value for money auditing firms that everybody knows, just like we have ordinary firms and others, so to be able to facilitate the of government and the state in this particular case. So, I think Deputy Minority Leader's point is very germane, and I think those in government now duty to carry that forward and see how we can help ourselves by addressing that particular issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this has been the practice in the House that normally we approve of the thing and then allow the Ministry of Wealth responsible to go for the value for money audit. But the question that the issue that was raised by the available minority leader here is germane, but not specific to this particular one, but maybe a generic issue. You see, when you approve of it in the House here, and then you ask them to go for money for value audit, what happens if one thing that he asks, that the thing is not worth the amount that you are really asking? So I think as a House, we have to decide on what we want to do. Maybe say that we approve of it on that condition that we get the money for value audit, that actually ties in with that amount. Or we actually make a resolution that we are borrowing up to a certain amount. So if we go back and then the value for money audit is lower than, for instance, 500 million euros, then they can come back to the House and tell us that, no, it is actually 450 million. So that it doesn't appear in the books that it's 500 million, when in actual fact, the value audit says that it's 480 million. So I think that should be a separate exercise, not relating to this particular thing, but as a House, we have to decide on how to handle those issues. Otherwise, the value for money audit becomes just a ritual, and it's of no consequence. So I think we need to take a decision on that, and then that will clear the issues that it is concerned is about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is about the second time the issue of whether to audit value for money before bringing a document here or to do it after an approval. And I recall in 2011, that a ruling was done here, and the ruling was that ministers should audit, do value for money, and then before they bring the document before the House. Because after the House, you can do anything with the document. I don't see anybody violating Parliament's decision. Or even if you go back and then do value for money and the money is lesser than approved amount, what do you do? So normally it can still be made, and money can still be stolen, and so to say. So I think that the best is to insist on value audits before we bring it to the House, so that we can operate on level grounds, that we are approving something, we are confident that it matches with the expenditure that goes with it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we must all appreciate that rail construction is a new area for us in Ghana. I think that because it's a new area, we need to get our bearings right at the very outset. Mr. Speaker, if we interrogate the issues, we get to know the standard cost of rail construction, just as with the standard cost for the construction of bitumen surface roads and the standard cost for the construction of a double-layered asphaltic road. Mr. Speaker, we will know that. Mr. Speaker, I think the committee hasn't really helped much because this report comes with no comparative study before us. Mr. Speaker, the Parliament of Ghana, and when we are fashioning our own budgets, we set aside monies to engage consultants and experts. These allocations that we set aside, they never get used by any committee. The ministry, in this case, the Ministry of Railways, is required to submit to us a value for money report. Mr. Speaker, that value for money report is not coming to Parliament or hasn't come to Parliament as of yet. Even if it comes from the ministry, Parliament is not required, the Speaker, to take that report, that value for money report, lock, stock, and barrel. Parliament itself can do its own deals. We never do that. And we come here lamenting. In the meantime, we have some amount set aside for this exercise. The Speaker, if my memory serves me right, for this year, I think we allocated something in the region of 1 million Ghana cedis. It's never been used by any committee. We are not at the beck and call of any ministry. If the ministry submits a value for money report to us, we can interrogate it. And in fact, even before the minister or the ministry submits their own report to us, we can also engage experts and consultants. You have 5 million sitting down there, you don't do anything with it, and then you come and blame the ministry that the ministry hasn't submitted a value for money report as of yet. Let's stop the lamentation. Let's stop the lamentation and utilize our own allocations. And I think the Committee on Roads and Transport, the Committee on Education, the Committee on Health, the committees that superintend over the infrastructure sectors, they have the responsibility to serve Parliament's reports. They never do. And we come here and lament. Mr. Speaker, having said so, the approval process, as we are saying, we may, because of the admission of the committee, we may require to approve of this, subject to the content of page 6, in respect of bullet 6, Roman number 7, the value for money, when they say to us, the committee says to us that they observed that the GRDA is ongoing through the necessary processes to engage an independent consultant to undertake a value for money audit on the contract. So we can approve of this, subject to the submission of that report to Parliament. If Parliament is not convinced and pays reports, the Speaker, we can still further interrogate it, and in that regard, come to a determination as to the content of the report that will come to us. But, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Wenchi, also leaves us on another path. The construct of this provides commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Railways Development, Ghana Railway Development Authority, and Amandi Investment Limited for an amount of 500 million euros for the construction of sections of the Western Railway line on standard gauge from Takoradi Port to Huni Valley. Professor Jambafo is indicating to us that perhaps we have to look at the agreement, whether we will not serve this country better if we said that the commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Railways Development, Ghana Railway Development Authority, and Amandi Investment Limited for an amount up to 500 million euros for the construction of sections of the Western Railway line on the standard gauge from Takoradi Port to Huni Valley. This will satisfy the situation where, in consideration of approval of any agreement, perhaps the value for money report would not have come to Parliament. So if it climbs down, then we are good to go. So I think that we should henceforth be looking at the construct of the terms of the agreement that come before us. But for the time being, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can approve of this, subject to the observation I've made, that the audit, the value for money report should come to Parliament
even after the approval. And Mr. Speaker, I believe we'll get it right that way. But thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Railway.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. And I thank all members for their various comments. I listened with rapt attention when various authorities in the House were referring to this in 2012 and 2013. Unfortunately, we were never supplied with a copy of the ruling. And as we know, House, one parliament does not bind another. We can be guided by that ruling if it did exist, but it would have been very instructive when people are giving us rulings of such importance to be able to read out the ruling to us. You can't just record that in Madame's time something happened, because we're all here in Madame's time. But, Mr. Speaker, I want first of all to point all the members out. I want to point to section 7.2. Sorry, clause 7.2 of the commercial contract. It was put in members' pigeonholes, but I don't think it's all members, and I want to read it out with your permission. It says that this contract shall come into full force and effect upon fulfillment of the conditions precedent. Obtaining executive approval, obtaining Ministry of Finance approval under sections 33 and 96 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 at 921. Obtaining approval from the Public Procurement Authority in accordance with Section 40 of the Public Procurement Act 2013 as amended. Obtaining parliamentary approval in accordance with Article 1815 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana 1992. Obtaining the environmental and social impact assessment report according to the IFC performance standards. Conducting a value for money audit, execution of the financial agreement for this project, receipt of the performance bond, and full advance payment to the contractor. If any of the conditions precedent as set out in clause 6.2 above is not satisfied within 12 months from the date of signing of this contract, or within a period of extension as mutually agreed in writing by the parties, either party may terminate this by written notification to the other party. Mr. Speaker, obtaining value for money audit is one of the conditions for this to be effective. The same as obtaining approval by Parliament is one of the conditions for the contract to be effective. Mr. Speaker, Parliament always has the right, in furtherance of its supervisory jurisdiction, to ask any minister or ministry to come to report to it about a particular matter. In any event, the Auditor General audits all these matters. So if you, a minister, when the contract, a ministry or an agency, if the contract has not become effective, start executing the contract, then it's entirely up to you. And it's a matter that will come to the attention of the Auditor General, or it's a matter that Parliament can request that you report on it. So, Mr. Speaker, once Parliament has not defined, and we are doing new standing orders, so if we want to define this as part of our orders, then we can define it. But once we have not defined it as part of our standing orders, and Mr. Speaker, we can follow various precedents that have been used in this House, one of which is that you do the value for money before, or another of which is that you come to Parliament and you are still doing your value for money. Whether you do it before or you come to Parliament, that does not make you avoid the value for money and the consequences of not for money. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Auditor General, in his overriding responsibility to audit all accounts of Ghana, will audit this agreement. And of course, if he comes to the conclusion that there was no value for money, he will be in his report. And Parliament, headed by my good friend, Honorable Afezi, I hope he's still the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee next time, because he'll still be in opposition. And my good friend, Honorable Afezi, to come before him, and then he'll be able to. He's pointing to somebody that he'll give it to on the other side, but he can't find the person. It shows that you will continue to come before my good friend Afezi, and we'll look at it. So, Mr. Speaker, the point that made, and that was the point that was made so eloquently, ranking member and other members, is that we have reached a situation in this country that can only be described in the words of Jesus in Mark chapter 2, verse 27, when he said that Sabbath was made for man, and man was not made for Sabbath. Because what has happened is that we are making rule after rule after rule after rule, and it's becoming even impossible to execute the project. And so what is being suggested by the committee, which I agree with, is that let us have a standing people who are authorized to do value for money audit, authorized by Institute of Surveyors, Institute of Engineers, or whatever, so that when you are going through the process, you just go to one of them, and that one that you take, then you conduct your value. Otherwise, as was said by the ranking member, some of the projects are stuck because we only use one or two companies for value for money today, and they are stuck in the finance. And the former Minister of State and Minister of Finance are aware of this matter, and I thought you would write rather to support it rather than what he said. But Mr. Speaker, that being said, I think that I on this occasion I hesitate to say that I agree with the ranking member, then with the former of state and the Minister of Finance, I've broken ranks with it. But if you are not careful, the process is important, procedure is important. But the process, even to get the contract done, will be about 4 years. And we should not forget that under our constitution, we have a 4-year. Why is it that most is at this time that we are not signing contracts? Because of this that you have to go through. And we are just saying that if we simplify this value for money audit, identify 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 firms that have been pre-qualified, you can just go indigenous firms, not foreign firms. In this value for money, first, GIDA contacted AESL. They couldn't reach agreement. And now they have contacted Ministry for Ghana Highway Authority to do it for them. And they are looking at seeing whether they can reach agreements. But it's not as if they didn't make it. There are other firms, but the other firms that are there, some of them are not indigenous firms. And we want to use indigenous firms. And we want to use Ghana Highway Authority, which is a state-owned enterprise. The people have engineers, they have the capacity, they can do it. Mr. Speaker, having left Mark chapter 2, verse 27, I will now move to the issue of Ghanaian participation. It was mentioned by one of the previous speakers that it is important that Ghanaians participate in this sector. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, it is $1 billion sector. Other people will participate in it. The money will leave Ghana and will remain where we are. Whether it is a loan paid directly, we will be the eventual people who will pay for it. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the contract itself, you will see that there are extensive provisions in the contract that seek to protect the indigenous Ghanaian to participate. For example, in terms of unskilled labor, we are saying that no non-Ghanaian should participate in unskilled labor. In terms of skilled labor, we are saying that it should be 50-50. But even in terms of material that they must buy and so on, we are saying that unless you can show that you cannot get it from Ghana, you must buy it from Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the contract that is being done on the Temai-Pakada line, for example, the sleeper plant was imported. The Indians, Afghans are doing their own sleepers here. There's a Ghanaian company, LMI, which is doing sleepers. The line that was done from Takoradi to Kojoko and to Sekendi between 2012 and 2017, the sleeper is what is between the tracks, concrete sleepers, were imported from abroad. We have about 5 or 6 factories in Ghana. We have iron rods in Ghana. Why can't we do the sleepers in Ghana? So, Mr. Speaker, for example, we are insisting that this time sleepers must be done in Ghana. But from here, we must go to the next stage. And the next stage is that Ghanaian contractors must become the main contractors. All the contractors that you give contract to do railway, when it comes to the last 10%, there are specialist companies throughout the world who can provide that last 10%, what they call the permanent way. They have the equipment and so on. They come in and do the last 10%. But before that, I'm the road contractors and the engineers. What is being done in terms of the culverts, in terms of the bridges, in terms of the formation, it's like doing a road. There was a time in this country where asphalt was done by foreign companies, CP, etc. The first asphalt that was done in Ghana, I believe, was by Swedish contractors. It was during the Champon era, from Accra to Sao. Then the Ghanaian industry completely went down, and we started using CP and so on. CP did some of the work. In fact, in President Kufuor's time, the Accra cable was done by Japanese. But today, Mr. Speaker, I don't know the numbers, but there are at least 10, 15 Ghanaian companies who can do asphalt. In my
my region, there's just more, there's Kingspock, there's several of them. And so we have to move to a situation where Ghanaian companies to agree when it is possible. Because they are talking about $1 billion sector. And Ghanaians must have a significant part of that $1 billion. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we want the step to sign a necessary MOU with UMAT to set up a school of railway and infrastructure development as a school, UMAT, University of Mines and Technology. UMAT itself started as a school of mines as part of KNUST. So it is a hope that within 5 years, they will mentor us enough for them to be a university of railway. People ask that, do you need a railway university? Ask that, do you need a railway? Do you need a university of maritime? Do you need a university of telecom? Do you need special? Yes, that's the order of the day. The order of specialized universities. And if you are talking about an industry which will be about half of Ghana's present GDP, if our GDP is 70 billion, it will add about half of Ghana's present GDP. Then it's important that you have people who can be in that industry. Mr. Speaker, I have to hold my horses because if I get charged, I may be speaking for the next 2 hours. And especially when my own friend from Wenchi, who I dearly respect, is signaling to me that he wants to come up. I should take my time. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak for only 20 minutes more than I'll hold my head. No, Mr. Speaker, that was just by the by. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that the Western Line it reminds us of what railway do to an economy. Mr. Speaker, just let me end with this little historical anecdote. The Western Line started in 1898. It started because the British colonialists wanted to move gold out of the country. At that time, gold was moved in the same way that manganese and bauxite is moved. They dug it and carried it all and washed it abroad. But what it did was that by the 1930s, the cocoa farmer who saw the train passing by had increased his cocoa production so much that the then Gold Coast had become the richest British colony in Africa. Gold Coast at the time was about a quarter of what is today Ghana. If we manage to continue to develop our railway to the north and beyond, Mr. Speaker, we are on the way to becoming, once again, the richest African country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Prof.
Mr. Speaker, he needed a year. I was just telling him to stop just because at times, this is my honorable minister. He forgets that he is now the minister for railways. He talks like he's still the attorney general, with threats left and right. So, Speaker, what I was saying was, and then at times, he gets into areas like he's a historian, talks about the history of Gold Coast and brings in cocoa and all that. What I was just saying is that, in the issue of value for money audit, what the issue was not necessarily the number of companies that do it, but his concern was whether or not, you have to come back if after the audit, it is realized that the amount is more than what you applied for. That is all that he was trying to say. So, and that's what we do. So it is an attempt, to really find a solution to such a problem, and not attacking your request here today. Mr. Speaker, that is all that we were concerned about. Assuming you come in for 500 million euros and we approve of it, and then you go in there for the money for audit, a report it should be 450 million. What should we do? That was all that he was concerned about. That is where we were trying to get a solution to it. So, well, if you come back, that would be fine. But that is what he was actually concerned about, not about the number of people who do it. And Mr. Speaker, the number of companies that do it is also very relevant here, because you see, we are almost in for a ransom by the only company who does it very often, that is the Crown agents. You take it to them, and forever and ever, they don't do it. And if you do that, it may delay the honorable minister's work for almost a whole year. So let us get the approval, but then when they actually do it, we come back to the House to resolve it. That is all that we were trying. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I rose I rose to complain vehemently about what my colleague said. But now that you've recognized me, please, I second to complain. He says I'm threatening people. That I'm speaking as if, when I was Attorney General, I wasn't threatening anybody. In fact, I never threatened anybody. Mr. Speaker, I was as quiet as a mouse. Because you don't need to threaten anybody to take the person to court. But Mr. Speaker, I won't respond to you because I have great respect for him. But if I didn't have respect for him, like what I'm telling you, you wouldn't like it. Thank you very much.
So, Minister for Rural Development, I think that threat is unparliamentary. You demonstrated a threat in so many words. Right. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes. What next?
The resolution.
Item 29. Very well. Item 29. Honorable Minister for Railway Development.
I beg to move that resolution number 29 on page 17. Resolution number 29 on page 17 is moved. 17 as a motion.
Yes, Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, I rise the motion.
Enough members. The motion to adopt resolution number 29 on page 17 and 18 of today's has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has adopted the resolution number 29 on today's order paper. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you notice how long a time was spent on dealing with item 28. Mr. Speaker, I keep insisting that 28 is not a very good figure for us as a country.
28.
But, Mr. Speaker, I believe we can deal with item 5. Item 5.
Honourable members, presentation of papers, item 5. At the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation Bill 2020.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, may I request that we suspend sitting for 1 hour and come to continue with the consideration of the two bills that we have listed as item 33 and 34. 35, Mr. Speaker. Yes, of course, that will be preceded by item number 34. So we'll take a suspension of 1 hour and come back, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, 1 hour is sufficient enough, so we urge that we come back exactly at the time requested, so we can finish the rest of the items on the other paper.
Very well, honorable members. The House is accordingly suspended until 4 p.m. sharp. Honorable members, Development Finance Institution Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if we can begin with Roman 1, clause 7. Mr. Speaker, last time we considered this amendment, and that we know we
I haven't called it out, so please. Clause 7. Okay, debate to continue. So there are two people contributing, huh? The majority leader is Chairman of Constitution Legal. Can I hear you? Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, all three of us have agreed to abandon the amendment.
But you're not on the list of people.
The chairman is on the list.
Okay, chairman of the committee, very well. So you have abandoned the proposed amendment.
Yes.
Very well. So I'll put the question on clause 7. And the question is clause 7 as amended. Shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Types of licenses.
There's no advertised amendments 8. All in favor of clause 8 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Provisional approval.
Amendment proposed. In the name of. Yeah.
Just to remind the clerks at table that we had earlier on Monday looked at clause 8, where there was an amendment. So not to suggest that there's no amendment to clause 8. So the amendments were effected on Monday and question put on clause 8. We stood 7 by.
So I didn't need to put another question. Very well. 9.
Provisional approval.
Amendment proposed in the name of the minority leader. He's not here to move. Is anybody authorized to move the motion on his behalf? Well, oh, yes.
Though not advertised, I want to move an amendment on 9. Yes. He's not here to move. It's deemed, Mr. Speaker, in 9 subclause 1, line 3, we want to delete if and insert where the Bank of Ghana. Yes. Delete if in line 3.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. In that case, item III is overreached. Very well. Item II, the advertised amendment abandoned, right? III is overreached. IV. Is it that delete approval and insert license? Subclause 2.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I think that amendment should not be moved. In any event, you can't have licenses with S in the contest. If it has to be moved, the line should have a C and not S. So really, that license does not even belong.
The draft persons will affect those. It doesn't move. Very well. Very well. IB is also abandoned. That case, clause 9 as amended shall stand part of the bill. In favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Invitation to the public to subscribe to shares.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 10. All in favor of the proposed, all in favor of clause 10 being a part of the bill, aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12. Clause 11.
Final approval and issuance of a license.
Clause 11 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Non-transferability or assignment of a license.
All in favor of clause 12 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
For issuance of a license.
All in favor of clause 13 being the bill say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14. Yes.
Refusal.
Mr. Speaker, just a minor matter. 12 provides that a person who transfers or assigns a license issued by the Bank of Ghana is liable to pay to the Bank of Ghana an administrative of not less than 2,000 penalty units
and not more 4,000 penalty units, and the Bank of Ghana shall revoke the license. Mr. Speaker, what happens in a situation where the person refuses or is unable to pay the administrative penalty? I'm thinking that there should be another recourse if the person is not able to pay the administrative penalty, if it requires some committal.
If it's an administrative penalty, they will take legal process to enforce it. If it is an administrative penalty, they will use a process to enforce it. Because it's not a criminal one, so you don't send the person to prison. They will take the legal process to enforce it. Clause 14.
Refusal of an application for a license.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In clause 14, amendment proposed, sub-clause 2, line 2, after shall, insert within 14 days, so that sub-clause 2 would now read, Bank of Ghana refuses an application under subsection 1. The Bank of Ghana shall, within 14 days, give reasons in writing for the refusal of the application.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 14 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Revocation of a license.
Amendment, Chairman.
The Speaker, clause 15, amendment proposed, sub-clause 1, paragraph E. E. Delete judgment and insert opinion. E. 1E. Line 1. Where in the opinion, not in the judgment.
Yes, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI. Chairman. Chairman, you are moving your amendment proposed. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, he provides the Bank of Ghana may revoke a license issued under this act where, in the judgment of the Bank of Ghana, and indeed the chairman is proposing that we substitute opinion for judgment, where in the opinion of the Development Finance institution persistently engages in unsafe or unsound business practices that are inconsistent with the objective of this act. The Speaker, it's not opinion. It's not opinion. It's a determination that they will make. They would have determined that the Development Finance institution persistently engaged in this. So let's say that the Bank of Ghana may revoke the license issued under this act where the development, where the Bank of Ghana determines, or maybe we just leave it at that, the Development Finance institution persistently engages in opinion or judgment. It should not be opinion, it's a determination.
Opinion here means in the view. In the view. It's not in the view. It must be on determined basis. It must not be an opinion. The judgment should be there. And in fact, when we were moving it, even though I was in Kofredua, I think that we should leave the judgment. It's in the judgment. They must come to a determination. Yes.
Yes, constitutional legal.
I also think that in the opinion makes it too subjective without taking into consideration the available facts. And in the judgment of the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, doesn't make it too good. But I would rather support the leader that where the Bank of Ghana considers or maybe determines, or presupposes that the Bank of Ghana would have considered all prevailing circumstances and facts and comes to...
Let's read the thing again. The Bank of Ghana may revoke a license issued under this Act where E, in the judgment of Ghana, the development finance institution persistently engages in safe or unsound practices that are inconsistent with the object. Now, if we're talking about the company or the institution engaging in unsafe or unsound, then it's a question of fact. So it's not a judgment, not an opinion. So rather, if government finds, if the Bank of Ghana finds the development finance institution, something you must, you can prove that they have done A, B, C, or D. Here's why West.
I think we should leave judgment. Judgment is the position. Because, you see, we are not talking about court judgment here. But in their own, looking at the circumstances. So we shouldn't be shy away with use of words when they fit. In the judgment, they decided. They have looked at the facts. So it's in the judgment, in my judgment, this is what I say. Yes.
Yes. What is the position?
Mr. Speaker, judgment is correct in the context, except that we are fashioning out a law, and as we all do know, judgment would usually emanate from a court of competent jurisdiction. It's for that reason that we want to avoid the use of the word judgment. Otherwise, it's appropriate. That's why we say that, to be consistent with our own usage, a determination that is made would ensue from a comparative analysis of events. Mr. Speaker, so I believe the word determination would be appropriate here, even though I agree that the use of the word judgment is not offensive. It's not inappropriate, except of course, because we are making laws and we have been referring to matters that should go to courts of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we should just avoid that word. Otherwise, it is correct. It is correct. But in the context and because of what we are doing, if we rather use determination, I think it will be most appropriate.
Yes, ranking member.
But let me say that yesterday you were solemnist. You were solemnist. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, we had to close at 3 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, yes, judgment, the ability to make considered decision. Considered decision. So the Bank of Ghana makes a considered decision that they is there or come to sensible conclusions. That's judgment. So if leader says in the circumstances is right, a thing that is reserved for the court, the Advanced Learners Dictionary says that judgment, in your judgment, considered decision. In your opinion. That opinion
We want judgment. Let's leave it there. After all, we have decided
Yes, Chairman. What do you propose to do?
Withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is deemed withdrawn.
Very well. The proposed amendment is withdrawn. Now, we'll go to VI.
Mr. Speaker, clause 15, amendment proposed, add the following new sub-clause. For the purpose of this section, cases of emergency mean a situation that may pose a threat to the stability of the financial system. Mr. Speaker, the phrase is used in the clause. If you go further,
Where?
yeah, 7. The Speaker, we are defining it here because this is not defined in the interpretation section. I think in same phrase is defined, so felt we should define it here, avoid taking it to the interpretation. Cases.
So I'll move the question in favor of the proposed amendment. Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, it should be cases of emergency.
You can say in case.
The phrase?
You can say in case of.
What clause are we referring to? Where in
the Speaker, the definition here, the Chamber for Constitutional Legal says cases of emergency means
Case of emergency.
with an S.
Case.
And his ranking disagrees. Like cases of emergency.
In case of emergency. Where is that?
Yes, what is the proposed amendment? Yes, Chairman of Constitutional Legal.
We are defining a phrase. And the phrase means, so cases of emergency means, it can't be case of emergency.
Where is the case of emergency used in this subclause?
Subclause 7.
Despite subsection 3 and 4, the Bank of Ghana may, in cases of emergency. So it's plural. It's not just a phrase. Or in the public interest, revoke the license of a development financial institution without notice. So it's in cases of emergency. Yes.
Let's add the S. Means and leave it as it is.
So, means. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 15 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Permissible activities.
There's a proposed amendment in the name of the minority leader. Does anyone have the power to move it on his behalf? Very well. In the absence of the amendment being moved, I'll consider the amendment abandoned. In order that clause 16 shall stand the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Unauthorized finance activities.
Amendment proposed. Chairman, item IX.
Speaker, clause 17, amendment proposed, subclause 1. Paragraph B, line 1, after record, insert return. Mr. Speaker, the same consequential amendments will run through in 17, sub 1C, F, and also in sub clause 2, paragraph A, line 1, after record, insert return.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. All the same amendment runs through 1F, 4, and so on. Very well. I direct the draft persons to insert the proposed amendments as contained in items X and XI. Is that agreeable? In that case, clause 17 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say yes.
You said X and XI, right? It's X and XI.
You moved IX.
I moved the VIII. I moved. I
Very well.
The VIII.
So the draft person shall get the amendments as advertised in IX, X, and XI. Right. All in favor? Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just think that the chairman say consequentially where these words appear, because XI just deals with subclause 2, paragraph A, line 2. But in line 4, there is the same construct that should also be affected. So if he says so, then subclause 2, line 4.
Okay. Yes.
So clause 17 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Places of business to be licensed.
There's no advertised amendment to 18. Yes, Honorable Member for Catches Out.
Mr. Speaker, 18, the head note is place of business to be licensed. Mr. Speaker, if you read the whole of the 18, it's talking about authorizing place of business, which for me is not licensed per se. So we can amend the head note to mean place of business. Then the body
No, just
tell
a
us.
specific licensed. Other place licensed in accordance with.
Then it means we have to introduce the word license.
Yes, instead of authorized.
Instead of authorized.
Yes. Honorable Member, speak to your mic.
Mr. Speaker, head note says places of business to be licensed. And there is a significant difference between licensed and authorized. You can authorize business to be carried on at a place which is not licensed. No. Yes. Yes.
You are authorizing.
You are authorizing.
Yes.
A development finance institution shall not carry on a development finance business at a place other than a place licensed.
So it's all right. So why are you saying? So
But the head note. That's what wrong.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so places of business to be authorized.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman.
So, Mr. Speaker, so we agree that in 18, the only amendment will be the head note.
Yes.
Place of business.
To be authorized.
Place of business.
To be
Place of business.
You can even leave it there, place of business.
Authorized. The place must be authorized. That's the essence of it.
You can even leave it there like that. Place of business.
Hours.
Mr. Speaker, I am finding it difficult to understand the change of license to authorized. In any case, do you license places where banking should take place? If you do, that is the authority you have given. You have authorized them, authorized place. But if we don't license places that banks should operate, then the head note can be changed. But in what way, why are we saying that it should be authorized? How do you authorize it? You need to indicate how the authority is given. Is it a license? Yes, you must place the license plate on the premises to show you have been authorized to operate from within this institution. But if you are now saying authorized, what will be the indication of the authority?
Yes, leader.
Speaker, in his life before his current life, the member for Wa West was a pharmacist. And he knows that if you want to operate a pharmacy, you are licensed to do that. Then you have to be authorized for a particular place. He knows that. In his life before life, he knows that. Mr. Speaker, I will not go further.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. What you are saying, we have passed a law here. The act, which is HEFRA, that is Health Facilities Regulatory Body. What we said there is that you have to license the place. They have to come and inspect it. And so pharmacists were put HEFRA. And the Pharmacy Council said, no, give us that which we have been doing. Because then they said, no, Pharmacy Council will be concerned with the professional licensing. But HEFRA should do the licensing for the premises. And HEFRA can close down your hospital if you don't have a license to operate there. And they look at the facilities available. So in terms of these things, it is a license. Otherwise, tell me which other authority you have. By what he's saying, no, if you in planning you do that, in pharmacy you license the place.
Mr. Speaker, what he's saying is inaccurate, and he knows that is inaccurate. I operate a pharmacy, and as far as I'm concerned, you cannot bamboozle me in this. Mr. Speaker, the business is licensed, and you are authorized to at a designated place. So if they say this, because they have a minimum distance, if you go beneath that, you will not be allowed. That will not be authorized for you to operate. Mr. Speaker, that is the import of it. I think if we have to maybe perhaps even drop it and say place of business, we can even deal with it. Because I don't see why we should be splitting here with this. It's place of business to be authorized. That place should be authorized. And that's the import of what is contained in 18.1. It says a development finance institution shall not run a development finance business at a place other than the place authorized in accordance with this act. Yes. So that place you should be authorized to operate at a particular location. That's how.
Yes, I got you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I think we are not talking about license, but we are talking about authority, particularly if you read 18.2. A development finance institution shall not open, close, or relocate a branch, the head office, 18.2, any other operational or support center or office. And we can be giving license for closing down. We can give license for relocation. So it's authorization. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that the head note should read authorization of place of business.
or places of business to be authorized. All in favor of the proposal say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 18 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Representative Office.
Item XII. Chairman.
Speaker, clause 19 amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 2. Delete the country and insert Ghana. So that 19.1 reads, a foreign development finance institution shall establish a representative office in Ghana. Unless
The foreign development
yes,
obtains prior written, delete the day in line 3, the first day in line 3. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are in line 2, deleting the country and inserting Ghana. And if further in line 3, we are deleting the
First day. You have to do this.
Yeah, the first the before prior.
All in favor of the proposed amendment
Speaker,
say
I'll
aye.
note that
Yes.
the same amendment
Let's do this.
applies
then.
in
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I direct the draft persons to effect similar amendments in clause 19.2 as agreed on 19.1. Now clause 19. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, only to note that in 19.1, 2 amendments were effected. 2. Yes, but the
Move your
consequential
amendment in 19.2.
The consequential amendment.
Move your amendment in XII.
Subclause 2, line 2. Delete the again and insert Ghana.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 19 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against, yes.
Speaker, again, only to note that the second count, the country in line 5 stays in 19.2. The country again in line 5.
That one will stay.
We have moved the amendment specifically. So those we have not touched will stay. So clause 19 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Minimum paid up capital.
Yes, Leader.
Yes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The six, that is 19.6. I think we should have a rearrangement of what obtains there. With respect to a reporting requirement under this Act, the Bank of Ghana may, I think we should have to re-engineer that construction, as we have been doing. Perhaps to begin
We
with.
should have what?
A re-engineering of the opening phrase, because it is, the subject is the Bank of Ghana. So the Bank of Ghana may have to begin that construction.
So what is the proposal? I've heard it, but should I put a question on that and leave it, or it has to be re-engineered? Let's do it.
The proposal will be to split may and determine, and then say that the Bank of Ghana may, with respect to a reporting requirement under this Act, determine in respect of this Act. Okay, then. Yes, so he's saying that we should make the Bank of Ghana subject and to rearrange it, to read the Bank of Ghana may, in respect to a reporting requirement under this Act, determine A, B, C, A, B, and C. That's what he's saying.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, Chairman, he's right, except to say that in respect of it should be in respect of a reporting requirement. So the Bank of Ghana may, in respect of a reporting requirement and that determined, and then ABC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sub-clause as presented is better because they are qualified. They are saying with respect to a reporting requirement under this Act, the Bank of Ghana may determine, and it is closer to the activity than to go and say something else and now bring Bank of Ghana may. So I think we should keep it as it is. It is clearer.
Yes.
Chairman, I support my good friend Yautre. We should maintain what it is.
Very well. I've already, yes, leader.
We are not really rising to challenge it, but you can see the difference between the Cavendishes and the non-Cavendishes, the old school.
The clause 19 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Capital adequacy and other capital requirements.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 20. All in favor of clause 20 being a part of the bill. All in favor of clause 20 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is already stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Capital adequacy, capital requirements.
All in favor of clause 21 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Additional capital limits of special risks.
Clause 2 shall stand part. Clause 22 shall stand part of the bill. All in say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Of non-compliance with capital requirements.
Clause 23 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Penalty for non-compliance with capital requirements.
Clause 24 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Reserve fund.
As many as are in favor of clause 25 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Kodo.
I want to make a proposal for amendment. Oh, why? I'm not the chairman. I want to plead. Chairman, we are together. I want to. Chairman, I want you to consider to line 2 of Reserve Fund 25(1), line 2. The transfer of net profit issued. I'm making.
Chair, Honourable Member, I've given you the first. Ignore the chairman.
Okay, but you can't in. That's why I want to.
No.
All right, Mr. Speaker. So my proposal is that we replace the word, or we delete the word profit and replace it with income, net income, because that is the terminology now used for residual income after deduction of all expenses. No longer profits. When I was studying accounting, you were using profit, and now it's income.
Honourable members, this is for the consideration of the House. Unless it is a case of style.
Net income.
We want to differentiate between income and profit.
Net.
So not all income profit. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, some technologies keep changing. This bill that we are dealing with today really is coming from the Bank of Ghana. And they are proposing these technologies to us. And these technologies that they are doing, what they consider to be industry technologies. It's coming from Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, so why should we arrogate to ourselves the authority to change these technologies that is known to Bank of Ghana? If we do that, then perhaps we may have to go to interpretations column to then give interpretation to it, say that net income means net profit. I don't think we need to do that, honestly. This is how the Bank of Ghana does it, and they understand it. So I'm not in agreement with the proposal from the colleague.
Yes, the ranking member.
Even his justification for the change of profit to income is suspect. Because this bill was printed in July this year. And he's referring to when he was in secondary school and subsequently. And he left secondary school when Kura was in Guinea. Long time ago. And just in July, the Bank of Ghana printed this thing and used the word. So it means that net profit is not a cake.
Well, one word, yeah.
Speaker, we should leave it as it is because this bill largely reflects the Banks and Social Deposit Taking Act. And many of the provisions here are taken directly for if there was no need to change it. So this is what, if you look at it, it will be reflecting the reserve fund there. And I think that will be consistent in terms of what provided in that act.
Yes, so central.
Mr. Speaker, you see, even the Bank of Ghana doesn't any longer prepare what we used to call profit and loss account. Bank of Ghana doesn't prepare it. What we prepare now is comprehensive income statement. If I've been trying to persuade to listen to this, but each time they want to go to those terminologies which were used in the very old past. We can link up with the Institute of Chartered Accountants and find out whether they've been referring to profit and loss account. Even the Institute of Chartered Accounts, unfortunately, we have not gone through it. And if you read the Companies Act, which we have already dealt with, you will see that the requirements are comprehensive income, net income. That is what we use. So if we are insisting on this net profit, it's alien to modern day description of the items in the account lines. So I have made my this. If the majority leader says he doesn't want to be modern, he can stick to the profit.
Let's move forward. I'll put the question already.
Mr. Speaker,
So let's move
but
forward.
for the record, we dealt with the Banks and Specialized Deposit-Taking Institutions Act only in 2016, and for the provision on reserve funds, it's about the same thing that you are repeating here. That is in Section 34. A bank or specialized deposit-taking institution shall establish and maintain a reserve fund in which shall be transferred out of the net profits for each year. The Speaker, the same rendition. And my colleague is saying that I'm a yesterday man as far as this is concerned. It cannot be true. The Speaker, I plead with you that we should be consistent. We should be consistent.
Leader, we are done. Let's move on. Clause 26. I've already put a question on 25.
Restrictions on declaration and payments of dividend.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Item XIV.
Oh, new one.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I will abandon the amendment in clause 26. Mr. Speaker, committee, the member for Whole Central, in the same vein that he tried changing the net profit. Mr. Speaker, he virtually put this one on us. And because he's an accountant and his old school, I just gave him. But from the arguments advanced, I want to abandon. If he wants to move, fine. But he said I should change the accounts. And even the Bank of Ghana resisted at the time. So I want to abandon the amendment.
Very well. Proposed amendment abandoned. Clause 26 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Sources of funds.
There's no advertised amendment to Clause 27. All of Clause 27 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Liquidity remains.
Clause 28 shall stand a part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Notification of non-compliance with minimum liquidity requirements.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
The Speaker, 28. 1 provides the Bank of Ghana by directives prescribe one or more liquidity limits for development finance institutions. Why do we say one or more? We just can say the Bank of Ghana may by directives prescribe liquidity requirements. Just that. And delete one or more.
Very well. Delete one or more. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 28 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Notification of non-compliance with minimum liquidity requirements.
All in favor favor of clause 29 being a part of the bill? Aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Penalty for non-compliant liquidity requirements.
Clause 30 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Reporting of group structures.
All in favor of clause 31 being a part of the bill say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Transfer of shares affecting significant shareholdings.
Clause 32 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against no. The have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Disapproval of transfer of shares.
All in favor of clause 33 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Sale of business, merger, amalgamation, or reconstruction.
Clause 34 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Corporate governance.
All in favor of clause 35 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for 33(1)(a), I'm sorry to take us back. 33(1)(a), 33(1)(a). It provides that the Bank of Ghana made a proposed transfer of shares in the interest of sound and prudent management of a development finance institution and the functioning and stability of the overall financial system by preventing acquisition of shares by a person who, in the opinion of Bank of Ghana, would not be a fit and proper person. I think it should be the acquisition of shares by a person who, in the opinion of the Bank of Ghana, is not a fit and proper person, and who would not be too futuristic. That may be 10 years from now, you will not be. But it's established that you are not a fit and proper person. Who is not a fit and proper person.
So the amendment will be delete would in line 2 and B in line 2 and insert S before the not. So to acquisition of shares by a person who, in the opinion of the Bank of Ghana, is not a fit and proper person, or who may exercise influence to the detriment of that development finance institution. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 33 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we'll go back to clause 35.
Corporate governance.
There's no advertised amendment to 35. All in favor of clause 35 being a part of the bill say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Board of Directors and Key Management Personnel.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Okay, it's in the name of the Minority Leader. Yes.
If you go to the interpretation section, key management personnel is defined, and it lists up to M. And in N, in the interpretation section, any person with similar responsibilities. That is why in 36 is C, you have such other officers. Do you understand? If there's an officer who is key, the could designate that officer as a key management personnel. For instance, until recently, the banks did not have cyber security managers. Now, the Bank of Ghana requires that every bank should have a head of cyber security. And such heads, when they are appointed, become key management personnel of the bank.
Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, my only concern is the head note. I don't know what the head note is trying to do. Because immediately after, we talk about the responsibility of the Board of Directors. So I think the head note should only refer to the Board of Directors. If you want a section for key management personnel, you should have that. But we should separate the two. Because the Board of Directors will not be part of the key management personnel. But let's not confuse it. So it says Board of Directors and key management personnel. The Development Finance Institution shall have a Board of Directors, Chief Executive Officer. But the Chief Executive Officer is a member of the Board of Directors. So but it says shall have a Board and a Chief Executive Officer. That Chief Executive Officer is part of the Board of Directors. So why do we need that there? Are we talking about the Board of Directors or the key management personnel? We should separate the two. Because when we go next, we are defining the functions, responsibility of the Board of Directors. So I don't know what they're trying to do by talking about the key management personnel. I know it's defined, but they should have different responsibilities.
Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, the emphasis is not only on the Board of Directors in 36. It is also on the key management personnel. Mr. Speaker, that explains why we have A and B to move together, but C can also be classified as being part of the key management personnel. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not out of place to have the head note reading Board of Directors and key management personnel because of the inclusion of C. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a little problem with the rendition in C. Such other officers and staff considered necessary. Mr. Speaker, the language, so it's okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I will amend us to read any other necessary officers and staff, necessary officers, or any other officers and staff. I don't put it there. That may be the bank.
The same thing, Chairman. I think add anybody.
But considered necessary, Mr. Speaker, that language is
yes, because there's somebody responsible. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the little worry is in C, the construction that we have there, such other officers and staff considered necessary. Considered necessary by who? The Bank of Ghana or the Development Finance Institution. Really, it's the Development Finance Institution. So, for the awareness of that, we could just say any other officers and staff that the Development Finance Institution considers necessary. I think that should be done. That's for C. Considered necessary by the Development Finance Institution.
But first, we're dealing with the head
note. Development Finance Institution.
Honorable, we're dealing with the head note that proposals to change them.
To the extent that we have C, to the extent that we have C, The head note is up.
Very well.
It covers the two.
Very well. So the item XV and XIV are considered abandoned. Right. So now let's go to your proposed amendment. Your proposed amendment is to delete considered necessary. Your proposed amendment is to delete considered necessary in 36C. Is that right?
Mr. Speaker, I think that for 36, what is there? A development finance institution shall have 1, a board of directors, B, a chief executive officer, and C, any other officers and staff that the development finance institution considers necessary. The Honorable Dr. Kuto say things that rather it is the Bank of Ghana that may consider necessary, the staff. I think that really in that case, it relates to the development finance institution. So that the development finance institution considers it. So Mr. Speaker, any other officers and staff that the development finance institution considers necessary.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 36, there are other amendments, right? Item XVI. Those are proposed by the minority leader. Yes.
We are not setting up a board of directors for the development finance. We are just a structure. They must be there. So they will determine whether they need a 5-member board or a 7-member board. We cannot determine for them.
So the amendment is abandoned. Very well. There's a third one. The XVII is also abandoned. Is that right? Now, clause 36 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Responsibility of Board of Directors.
Let's not advertise the amendment to clause 37. All in favor of the clause 37 being a part of the bill say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Separation of powers.
Clause 38 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. Let's have it. Clause 30. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the head notes doesn't look. Is it conflict of interest or separation? No, but yes. The intention is understood. But if it is separation of power, that is too pedestrian. Mr. Speaker, I think that the appropriate language here is conflict of interest, where you are chief executive, is there a conflict of interest situation arising?
We have situations where some say they are executive chairman, but then you are licensed as a development finance institution, then you can either be a board chairman or a chief executive. You cannot be you are separating the powers. All in favor of clause 38 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Tenure of office of the Board of Directors.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 39. All in favor of clause 39 be a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Independent Director.
Advertised amendment, clause 40. Chairman, item XBIII.
Mr. Speaker, 40, amendment proposed, subclause 3, opening phrase, line 1. After S, insert wholly or partly. 43.
What is the purpose of that?
What's that?
Honorable member for
Just one, like one or more. You don't need just like one or more.
Are you not the who said we should put it?
Let's look at wholly or partly. It doesn't make any difference.
There was a video.
Yes, once it's state-owned, it's either wholly or it's partly.
Okay. Yes, Chairman. What do you propose to do?
State-owned. Yeah, state-owned. It could be wholly by the state or partly owned by the state.
If it is not wholly owned by government, if it's not 100% shares, it's not state-owned, or majority shares is also state-owned. I don't think it's necessary. Wholly or partly. Move your amendment.
So I already moved the amendment.
Well, justify it. I don't understand you.
It's not a one or more situation. It's not one or more situation. It's not a one or more situation. It is different.
You see, we are talking about the appointment of independent directors.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I think the purpose of having this amendment is that whether or not the development finance institution is entirely owned by the state or partly owned. Let's say the state is a minor shareholder. Even if the state is a minor shareholder, the independent director shall be a person who is a director appointed of Ghana in the capacity of the government as a shareholder, even where the government is a minority shareholder. That independent director shall be an appointee of government. Other than that, the majority shareholders would crowd government out. To the extent that government has some shareholding, whether minority or majority, the independent director shall be appointed by the government of Ghana. That is what it means. So it's just for this, that whether or not the government is a majority or minority shareholder, the independent director shall be a government appointee. Yes, because that is the import of it.
Mr. Speaker, I support the proposed amendment in the sense that if you leave the rendition the way it is, somebody can argue that it is partly owned by the state, therefore the conditions will not apply. So in order to erase the ambiguity, whether it is partly or wholly owned by the state, the person must have this quality. So the amendment is in order.
Does that support the corporate governance arrangements? Just because you're a part owner, you must hold sway. A corporate governance arrangements, your strength in appointment is determined by the amount of shares you own. We not by law squeeze anybody out or everybody out because you have the muscle to. No. Yes, Honorable Member for Okagwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, I'm opposed to this amendment. Reason being that every development finance institution will be properly incorporated under the laws of Ghana. Secondly, they will all have a constitution, or what we used to call the regulations of the company. That will determine the strength of all shareholders within the structure. The board and the regulations will determine the governance structure and operations of the company. So whether it's wholly or partly, let's leave it to the strength of the parties that constitute the company to determine, yes, the holding structure or the composition of the company has to determine how the person is appointed. That is my view, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader. Oh, okay, you have spoken. Let me listen to.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The banks and special deposit taking Act 930 gives power to the Bank of Ghana. Recently issued the directives specifying that you cannot, if you are a government appointee, you can be appointed to be a board member. And that is where the issue is. So I tend to agree with the part owned but as you indicated clearly, that should be in either the definition which makes you, majority shareholder, or otherwise, we should not allow government officials to be made members of such boards. And that is the rule now. And it was this House that passed that law, giving the Bank of Ghana powers to decide who should be on this board.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was pointing out to the Honorable Patrick Yabuama, who raised this matter relating to the ordinary structures imposed by the companies. Mr. Speaker, is the reason why in section 2.2 we said where there is a conflict or inconsistency between the Companies Act 2019 Act 992 and this act shall prevail. There may be that conflict, but we are saying that regardless of the import of the provisions in the Companies Act, where in this case there is a conflict, the provisions in this act shall prevail. So, Mr. Speaker, is the reason why we have the new insertion by the chairman of the committee, just borders of doubt, because it's sequel to what you have done in 2.2 section that where the state institution is wholly or partly owned government. This structure shall be followed. That is unlike what prevails in the Companies Act. So I think we can go with the amendment proposed by the chairman and move forward.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? Ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you are right. Wholly or partly should not come. Assuming the bank has 30% shares in Standard, will the bank appoint an independent director to sit on Standard? You can't do that. In that case, the relative strengths of the equity holding will determine representation on the board. You see,
I come to the firm conclusion that it is where the bank is state-owned. All offices in the bank will be public offices because the bank is a state-owned bank. And that's why they are making a provision for an independent director who will not be a public servant or a civil servant, who will not be a party person. Let's look in that provision. Because if it is a state bank, everybody in it will be a public servant. So you need somebody who is independent, is not a public servant. So, and he's not a party person. The only amendment, and I am convinced that that's because you cannot, so if Ghana government has 10% shares in a multilateral bank, it will appoint an independent director. It cannot. It cannot do that. Because that will flout the equity holding arrangement. Yes, it will. No, it doesn't apply in the case of this act. But it cannot distort. It cannot distort. You see, so that is why the only amendment I see, I was tempted to agree with him when I read with the majority leader. When I read A, when you read A, it gives you the impression that what he is saying is the position, because it is a director appointed by the government of Ghana in the capacity of the government as a shareholder. As a shareholder. It means that there can be other shareholders. So when you read it that way, their interpretation is right. But if you take the intendment of this thing, it is not intended to distort. It is intended to provide for, and Dr. Akoto is sitting behind you, it is intended to provide for a situation where government, because the bank is state-owned, will have an independent assessment of activity, because all officers of the bank will be public officers. That is what it is intended to achieve. That is what it's intended to achieve.
Yes.
I am not in favor of the proposed amendment. Because if it's state-owned, then it doesn't matter whether it's 0%, 1%, or 100%. So wholly or partly, that doesn't matter here. So I think Chairman should abandon the amendment so that we go on.
Yes, who's central?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with, I wouldn't want to draw you into the debate, but I agree with the last contributor, Honorable Fuseni. But when you read 3A, it's a director appointed by the government of Ghana. Which director shall we anticipate to be independent judgment if he is appointed by the ruling government of the...
You see, I think when it comes to 3A, so the emphasis is really about government being a shareholder. That is where the emphasis should be, because they say the independent director appointed by the government of Ghana in the capacity as a shareholder. They want to distinguish between the government of Ghana as the executive of the country, but as a shareholder who hold the same power and right as every other shareholder. And that's why I think the wholly or partly does not matter. Yeah.
So I would think it should be left in B to the Bank of Ghana to determine whether the person can exercise independent judgment or not. Because once we bring in, you see, compulsorily with this, compulsory, the person must be appointed by the government. It must be appointed by the government. So if we take that off, then we leave it with the Bank of Ghana able to determine whether, in their opinion, the person can exercise independent judgment. Because once we bring in clause A, that is a sub clause A, even E is made nonsense of. Because the government of the day will definitely be a party person in Ghana.
Yes.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Amendment withdrawn. Let's proceed. Now, clause 40 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. Clause 40? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, clause 40, it's safe to say that in 3, we can move is to the preambular statement under 3.
We leave it.
Clause 40 as amended is ordered to clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Composition and qualification of Board of Directors.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 41. Amendment proposed. Sub clause 5, line 3. Before 7, insert while. So that 5 reads, a member of the board of a development finance institution shall not hold more than 7 directorship positions in other institutions or companies, be they foreign or local, while serving as a member of the board.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is expression there which doesn't look elegant. In 41.5, line 3, be they foreign or local. Be they. Or the day, Mr. Speaker, I think, yeah, in everyday English is correct, but in this context for drafting, Mr. Speaker, I think that whether foreign or local, it's that.
All in favor of the proposed amendment.
Whether foreign or local.
I have accepted. I'm putting a question on it. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman. Clause 41. Very well. Clause 41 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Alternate Director.
There's no advertised amendment to 42. All in favor of clause 42 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. Let's have it. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Meetings of the Board of Directors.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 43, sub clause 5. 2. After through, insert written, and in line 3, delete in writing. So that I will read, the Board of Directors shall discuss the business affairs of the Development Finance Institution through written reports as submitted by management.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? Yes, the honourable member for Okankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make a further amendment to clause 5, line 1. Sub-clause 5, line 1, after business, to delete affairs. Because the affairs of the DFI is part of the business of the DFI. So discussing the business, which is supposed to be their core mandate. So what is the meaning of business affairs?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I agree with my learned brother that the implement of affairs there is surplusage, doesn't serve any purpose.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 43 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor? Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the 5, the Board of Directors shall discuss the business of the Development Finance Institution through written reports as submitted by management in writing. Written reports submitted by the management in writing. You have deleted the. Repeat what. But Mr. Speaker, even that construction, yes, even I have a small problem. The Board of Directors discusses the business or the business of the development finance institution through written reports. It means the discussion is through written reports, and that is incorrect. That is incorrect. We should have a better formulation.
What is the proposed amendment? Yes.
I was advising the chairman that if he may through, and it said related to written reports, relating to written reports by management. That's fine, but not through.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if I will take the sub 5 now, as variously amended, the Board of Directors shall discuss the business of the development institution relating to written reports as submitted by management.
Frankly, what do we want to achieve? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we even need this clause, lest the confusion will continue. What I think it seeks to convey is that reports are submitted to the board and they are discussed. That is normal of the board's business affair anyway. And so we don't need surplus 5. We can take it off and we will still have the meetings of the Board of Directors properly captured under 1 to 6.
Chairman, continue to 6. It refers to 5. Yes.
The clause should be there. They don't want a situation, and I was a member of directors of the NIB some time ago. They don't want a situation where management will come to board meetings and present oral reports of activities of the bank for discussion. They're trying to provide for a situation where management will be compelled to provide written reports for discussion. And so we need to put it there.
Yes.
Instead of saying relating to, say by considering reports, by considering written reports submitted to management.
So kindly read your rendition after your proposal.
The Board of Directors shall discuss business of the development finance institution by considering written reports as submitted by management.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, same sense. But I would prefer, because in 4, they said at a meeting of the board of directors may be conducted. So we are conducting a meeting. Speaker, I would want to say that for 5, in the conduct of the business of the DFI, that is the Development Finance Institution, the board of directors consider written remitted by management. I think that's better.
Yes, honorable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. The current proposed amendment was what is before the House. Did it clear? Or do you want the question, the rendition to be repeated? I'm proceeding. Very well. So clause 43 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Performance evaluation of Board of Directors.
Let's advertise amendment to clause 44. I'll put the question. All in favor of clause 44 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Committees of the Board of Directors.
There's no advertisement to clause 45. All in favor of clause 45 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Audit Committee.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Yeah, in clause 46. Amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A, delete qualified. The Speaker, again.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say yes, yeah.
I just need to reason. Not every chartered accountant is qualified. Some people pose as chartered accountants, but they are not qualified.
You cannot be chartered and not be qualified.
They call themselves that, but they are not chartered.
No, you can't be.
Yes, a not member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, even call yourself a chartered accountant, we're qualified. So, what my brother is saying is it's
All
not
in
necessary.
favor of
Let's
the
just go.
Let's proceed. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 46 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. They have it. Clause 46 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Risk Committee.
Clause 47 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 47 is acknowledging the presence or perhaps the constitution of a risk committee. Then it is the risk committee shall be chaired by an independent director. It presupposes that the risk committee exists somewhere. If it does, then we should formulate 47.
But they are
the better of the board. So I drop my.
All in favor of clause 47 being of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Conflicts of interest.
There's one amendment to clause 48. Clause 48 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Duties of senior management.
Clause 49 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Chief Internal Auditor.
Amendment proposed. Chairman, clause 50, 50, item XXII. Chairman, I can stop the private business.
The Speaker, 50. Amendment proposed, sub clause 2, paragraph B, line 3. Delete off and insert on, so that paragraph B will read, have the competence to collect and analyze financial information, evaluate audit evidence, and the ability to communicate with the stakeholders on the internal audit function, not of the internal audit function.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 50 as amended. Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, just a minor. On 51C, the word price, I think, should end in C. Because the SE is a verb and then C is a noun.
Very well. The draft persons had to effect that correction. Now clause 50 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say yes. Honourable Member of Central.
Mr. Speaker, I want to propose a small amendment to TD. The Chief Internal Auditor shall be a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana.
Well, to which top clause are you proposing the amendment? 51, 2B or 1B? There's only
52D.
D.
52D.
Be a member of a relevant, recognized professional body.
Yes, and
yes.
I'm saying that we should change it to, it should be a member of the Institute of Accountants, Ghana. Somewhere in this law, I can just not immediately refer to the clause. It stated there that he must be a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana.
Yes, honourable members. Yes, honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear his logic for saying Institute of Chartered Accountants.
No, it should be chartered accountant.
It will be a member of the relevant body,
Yeah.
not Institute of Chartered Accountants, which is only in Ghana. It can be from elsewhere once they are properly chartered. That's why I said relevant, not the specific one that you want to be.
You have not justified why it should be CA and not ACCA or ICSA. Why not any other, but only ACA. You have to justify that.
Mr. Speaker, as you see that. This, Mr. Speaker, my lawyer wants to talk to me.
Very well. Yes, you defer to your lawyer.
Mr. Speaker, currently there is a bill before the House that is to the effect that before you practice that profession, you must be a member of Institute of Ghana. It has not passed yet. That is why I want to assure Odo that it should allow the provision as it is, so that if that law is passed, that before you practice the profession, you're a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana, then for that will be the recognized professional body from which the person will have to come from. So when that law is passed.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I do not know of any law that you have passed in this House.
I said there is a bill.
Since you have said that a lawyer would perhaps say that a lawyer should be in good standing for a determined period. We have never said that any lawyer practicing in Ghana should belong to the Ghana Bar Association. It's not done that way. Or a medical practitioner should belong to the Ghana Medical Association. It's not done that way. We should say that that person should have the relevant competence and be recognized professionally. That, to me, is good enough. So we should not introduce extraneous issues into our laws.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, you see, this law is about Ghana. And the body, there is a law already existing, even though it is to be amended. A new one is coming. But that's not where I am standing on. There is already institute by charter, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana, that is responsible for.
Is that not the professional body?
Yes, but there are other professional bodies.
Yes, but he says that.
The other professional body.
1 moment, please. The Honourable member for Akachi South says that there's a bill before this House. I'm not familiar with it. That is proposing that before you practice accountancy, you must be recognized by the Chartered Institute of ICA Ghana, all right? So if that passes, then it becomes the only relevant professional body. And it will solve your problem. But as of now, if I'm a holder of ACCA and I have been licensed to practice, you cannot cut me out by law. That would be unconstitutional. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as it is now, there is a law. You have to anticipate the one that is coming. As it is now, there is a law. If you have ICAEW, ACCA, CPA, before you can practice in Ghana as an owner, you have to still register with the ICA Ghana. That is what happened. That is it. You can work anywhere, but before you can certify any account in Ghana, you must be a member of the ICA Ghana. So if we just say that once you are a member, you qualify, it takes care of nothing then. That is why I'm saying you should be a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana. And this law, it's except that I am not getting the particular clause now. It is stated clearly, I think it's somewhere towards the end, that you must be a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. It is there in this law already.
Yes, Honourable Member for Tamale.
Mr. Speaker, I pray Kudu to let us make progress. Chartered, if a chief internal auditor is from the Chartered Institute of Accountants, Chartered Institute of Accountants will qualify as a relevant of a recognized professional body. It will qualify. Yes, but it must be recognized professional body.
All in favor of the proposal, sorry, we have finished the amendment, so clause 50 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 as amended to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Chief Risk Officer.
There is no advertised amendment to clause 51. All in favor of clause 51 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Fitted, how improper.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 2. All in favor of clause 52 being a part of the bill say aye. Against that say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Minimum assessment criteria for fitness and propriety.
All in favor of clause 53 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Duty of Board of Directors to report.
All in favor of clause 54 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Disqualification of a member of the Board of Directors and key management personnel.
Can I have all members participating in this discussion or proposed amendment, Chairman, item XXIII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 55. Amendment proposed sub-clause 1, paragraph E, line 4, at end, add, unless the Bank of Ghana expressly a director or key management personnel, and delete same as the closing phrase at the end of the sub-clause. Mr. Speaker. Oh, yes. Mr. Speaker, in 55, we set out things that disqualify a member board or key management personnel. So, a person shall not be appointed, elected, or accept an appointment or election as a member of the board or key management personnel of a DFI if that person A has been adjudged to be of unsound mind, B, C, and the rest. Is E, that person has been a director, key management personnel associated with the management of an institution which is being or has been resolved by a regulatory authority on account of solvency or other regulatory breaches, unless the Bank of Ghana. So the closing there does not apply to all of the list A to I, but only to E. So this is the amendment we are effecting.
Very well. Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. And clause 55 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Disclosure of interest.
Clause 56 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 57.
Intervention of the Bank of Ghana in appointments.
Clause 57 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 58.
Prohibition of an advance against security of ownership.
All in favor of Clause 58 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in 56 3A, 53 6A and B, we have adopted a template that covers the closing phrase of A and B. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge the table officers to employ that construct, that template that we have developed in respect of A and B, that is a declaration of conflict of interest, the non-disclosure of conflict of interest, and apply same to 55 3B, and we get it.
Very well. The table office shall work with the draftspersons to effect the proposed changes. Now, Clause 58 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Prohibition of lending and guaranteeing of the same exposure.
All in favor of Clause 59 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Limits on financial exposure.
All in favor of Clause 60 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 61.
Restrictions on transactions with an affiliate.
All in favor of Clause 61 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 61 is ordered to stand part of the Clause 62.
Restriction on purchase or transfer of certain assets from an affiliate or insider.
All in favor of Clause 62 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 62 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 63.
Restrictions on financial exposure to an insider.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
That's Clause 63. Amendment proposed. Subclause 5, lines 2 and 3. Delete related person or group of related persons and insert of the related parties. So that subclause 5 now, a development finance institution shall not take a financial exposure in respect of the related parties and the related interests of the related parties. Instead of related person or group of related persons.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is now. Clause 63 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 63 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Restrictions on lending to staff.
Clause 64 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 64 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 65.
Request for lending to insiders and their related interests.
Clause 65 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66.
Restriction on establishment of a subsidiary company.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted some explanation from my colleague, the chairman of the Finance Committee, in respect of the ceiling in 64.3. 64.3. where it is provided, the aggregate amount of loans on preferential terms, both secured and by a development finance institution to employees shall not exceed 20% of the regulatory capital of the development finance institution. Mr. Speaker, and I think, Mr. Speaker, and I think 20%, given what we have witnessed in this country, in respect of these banks that have collapsed, 20% is too huge a fee. Yes, 20%, in my view, is too huge a ceiling. And I was asking him whether it doesn't 64.3. I was asking him whether we can lower that ceiling to about 20% of all regulatory capital to employees of the bank. It's too serious.
How many are the employees we are talking about here? Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to the one, the Act 930, which regulates banking, and Section 69(3) on restrictions on lending to staff. That the aggregate amount of loans on preferential terms, both secured and unsecured by a bank or specialized deposit institution, shall not exceed 20% of the net owned funds of that bank. Here is the net owned funds.
Net owned funds.
That's bank.
Different from the regulatory
Here
capital.
we have the regulatory capital. In the case of 930, if it were regulatory capital, that would be 400 million Ghana cedis, and 20% thereof would be 80 million, not exceeding 80 million Ghana cedis. The loans, not exceeding, not exceeding 80 million.
The net is
Mr. Speaker,
much smaller.
if you further down into the bank, there are other restrictions. For example, the exposure of each employee cannot exceed 40% of your net. So if you take loans, your monthly repayments shall not exceed 40% of your income. So this is another level of checks and balances on the bank. So this is even good to say that you will not exceed 20% of your regulatory capital, not exceeding. Yes. So I think, and
we shall proceed. Proceed. If you propose an amendment, I'll consider it.
Mr. Speaker, the language in the Banks and Specialized Deposit Taking Institutions Act is this: that is the aggregate amount, that is the 20% of net owned funds. The net, no percent regulatory capital. That will be smaller. That will be much smaller. Why aren't we using the same construction? We are saying here that it should be 20% of the regular capital. The figure, if for now it's 400 million, so we are saying that the employees could access 80 million. That's my worry. The net will be much more smaller. But if you think that we are comfortable with 30%, but we should, Mr. Speaker, look at the circumstances of this country where we are today.
Yes, Honorable.
Just to try and convince the leader, the regulatory capital is more restrictive. The net loan funds could be substantially more than the regulatory capital. It could be billions. So there
it's more dangerous. This, we know what the regulatory capital is, and it's the aggregate loans to staff. So this is more restrictive. I think we should agree with the Bank of Ghana as soon as they know what is going on.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, this bill sets up the regulatory capital of development finance. So we all know that the regulatory capital. Number two, the loans to employees should not exceed an aggregate of 20% of the return. Now, aggregate here can be on two levels. Every year during the years of the loan, when you aggregate it, it should not exceed 20% of the regulatory capital. Or in a year, if they are going to give a facility to employees, should not exceed 20% of the regulatory capital. So this one is better. You can control it, you can check it. And if it is for the purposes, I want to draw majority leaders' attention. In fact, the difference between this provision and what is in the Act clearly pointing to an informed position that because of what has happened, that is why they have amended this to limit it to regulatory capital.
Very well. Nobody is proposing an amendment, so I'm proceeding. Clause 65. Oh, I put a question on 65 already, yes. So clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Restriction on establishment of a subsidiary company.
Clause 66 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 66 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 67.
Limits on equity investments.
All in favor of clause 67 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 67 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 68.
Reporting of exposures.
Clause shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 68 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 69.
Asset classification, provisioning, and write-offs.
Clause 69 shall stand part of the bill. In favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 69 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 70.
How to impose stricter prudential limits.
Clause 70 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 70 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 71.
Guidelines on accounting standards and disclosures in financial statements.
Clause 70 shall stand part of the... Yes, Honorable Member for Host Central. I'm on 71. Clause 7, yes, 71.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that in 71(1), we delete line 1, we delete accounts end, so that it will read, a development finance institution shall prepare financial statements in the form and provide details in accordance with A, C, and D. If you come to 72, you will find out that the accounts being to has been catered for in keeping accounting records in 72. So there is no need to request that we prepare accounts and financial statements in the form. We just use prepare financial statements in the form. I so move.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All of the proposed amendment say aye. Yes, Chairman.
I was only going to indicate that we are going to oppose the amendment. So, but once you have put the question,
If you want to oppose it, it's open. Are you opposed or not opposed to it?
I oppose the amendment.
You oppose the amendment? Yes, so let me hear you.
Yes.
All right.
Speaker, I'm opposing his amendment. Did he advance any reasons why he was deleting the account? Mr. Speaker, there's no value addition, that's what I'm saying. Because accounts and financial statements, sometimes on a monthly basis, banks prepare accounts. But the financial statement is prepared by the auditor.
No, you can't say that.
Leave accounts and financial statements for the avoidance of doubt.
Yes, let's hear another point. You have proposed your amendment, Lord.
Mr. Speaker, this is a similar amendment proposed earlier, and it was shut down. The Bank of Ghana is the institution that is doing the work, and they've chosen their words carefully. You want to change it to financial statements. It won't work. They define them differently. Please, let's go on. This doesn't add anybody. If they change it, it can cause a problem in the way they do things. You cannot impose your decision on them.
Yes, so central.
Mr. Speaker, you see, the accounting records are what this clause is referring to. And the accounts, they are individual ledger accounts, debit and credit. And these are not prepared for presentation in the form as being described here. That is why 72 in care of the detailed accounting records that will be kept for each transaction in the development finance institution. But the real detailed account, the presentations that are made for final audit purposes are the financial statements, and they are made up of about 6 items. You have the financial, what you used to call the balance sheet. You have the comprehensive income statement. You have changes in capital. All of those.
Please read statements in the form provide details in accordance with A, internationally accepted accounting standards. B, rules or standards based on the Basel core principles as prescribed by the Bank of Ghana. I think this should be the guiding principle. Yes.
No, my colleague will have to be patient. If you are patient, you will see that they have not made a mistake. 72 is talking about keeping accounting records. And 73 is talking about preparation of financial statements. So they made a mistake. They couldn't have made a mistake. They couldn't have.
So I'll put the question on 71. The question is that clause 71 shall be a part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 71 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 72.
Accounting records.
Clause 72 shall be a part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 72 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 73.
Financial statements.
Let's advertise the amendment to clause 73. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 73 is ordered to stand of the bill. Clause 74.
Appointment of an auditor.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. 74. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, in amendment proposed, clause 74, subclause 7, in lines 2 and 3, delete all the Bank of Ghana not satisfied with the report of an auditor audited by a development finance institution. Speaker, here we haggled a lot with the bank. The Bank of Ghana is saying that if they are not satisfied with the report of an auditor appointed by a DFI, then they will go ahead and appoint a new auditor. Our argument is that they don't have the capacity to determine whether the report of an auditor is satisfactory or not. That would be the job of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana and not the Bank of Ghana. So we are deleting that one.
But who is the regulator?
This is the report of an auditor. The Bank of Ghana regulates banks. And they are saying that if they are not satisfied with if the Bank of Ghana is, for example, not satisfied with the report of
Ernst & Young on Bekwai banking, banking for small business.
Yes.
If Ernst & Young audit report is not satisfactory, the Bank of Ghana says that they will appoint another auditor. And you say, why don't they
if
have
they are
the
not
power?
careful, then sooner than later, the Bank of Ghana will say that they are not satisfied with the job of a lawyer. So, yes, it's the same spirit.
If they are not satisfied with the report of a lawyer on the a job,
that should be the General Legal Counsel, not the Bank of Ghana saying that we are not satisfied with the work of an auditor. Yes. Report of an auditor. It should be the
yes, Honorable.
It was not about the report. The subheading, the heading, is appointment of an auditor. It's not about the report of an auditor. That was why we suggested that are satisfied with the report of an auditor. It is appointment of an auditor. So if the Bank of Ghana is dissatisfied with the appointment of, or a bank fails to appoint an auditor, then the Bank of Ghana can appoint one in its stead. Part is talking about, or the Bank of Ghana is not satisfied with a report, even though I agree with you, but it is only, the head note is on appointment of, not a report of the auditor. And that was why that part appears to be incongruous with the head note, because the head note appointment of auditor, that part is dealing with a report of the auditor.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Works and Housing.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's just not the appointment. When you appoint an auditor, you're supposed to work. And if you want to give space to Bank of Ghana as a regulator, the word which is very important for our consumption is satisfied. So that where it is in their determination, the auditor's report is shoddy or below standards. Don't you think the regulator has the power to say, no, I reject this report and I want to X to look at it again? I think if you do not give them the space to do so, would have affected the Bank of Ghana as a regulator, and they will have to accept any report, hook, line, and sinker. I mean, that would take so much from the Bank of Ghana as a regulator, with the greatest of respect.
So, yes, Honorable Member for Hours.
Speaker, at the committee discussion, the problem that was created was that Bank of Ghana, after an auditor has done, an appointed auditor has performed his duty very well. If the Bank of Ghana doesn't like the report, they can then decide to say no. But the issue is that if you do an audit, it is the institute that regulates your work, the Institute of Chartered Accountants. If they say that your report does not basically satisfy professional standards, then that is because the tendency for Bank of Ghana to refuse to accept any auditors was the way it is found. We wanted an objective way of determining whether the audit report is correct or not. And therefore, it is the professionals within that profession who should determine whether you followed due process, you followed all the standards. So that was why this was rephrased.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the amendment has some challenges. One, the Bank of Ghana and the said institution must agree if the regulator fails to appoint an auditor, as is being espoused here. No, because in that the Bank of Ghana must appoint an auditor if the said institution fails. And my view is that if that breach occurs and BOG wants to do that, it must have the consent of the DFI with their consent to appoint somebody. The two of them must agree in that appointment, because BOG, if they go ahead to unilaterally say that they are dissatisfied with the report or the audit report and goes ahead, the other party will also not be happy with that procedure. Mr. Speaker, my view is on the failure, and I'll come to that on the sanctions regime, because if that institution fails, there is no sanctions regime there that has to be applied. That is my problem. But this, I think the two parties must consent to the appointment of an independent person.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the proposal to 74. Mr. Speaker, my reasons are not perfect. Generally, from 74, actor of a development finance institution shall be appointed at an annual general meeting of the development finance institution. So generally, the appointment is an exclusive reserve for the development finance institution. But the circumstances by which Bank of Ghana can come in to do the appointment, one, when the development finance institution fails to do the appointment, Bank of Ghana will come in to appoint. Now, if the auditor appointed, the second leg is if the auditor appointed by the development finance produces a report which is not satisfactory to Bank of Ghana, then the Bank of Ghana can appoint the auditor. So the word used in 74.7 is clear, indicating the circumstances based on which Bank of Ghana will go out of the ordinary to do the appointment. That is, you have to do the appointment, or you have appointed, but the report produced by the appointed auditor is not satisfactory. Bank of Ghana would appoint. So we should allow the provision as it is.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
The first part, I agree. If they fail to do it, they go ahead and appoint. But the report, if the report showed you, they must appoint with the consent of the DFI. You must agree. The Bank of Ghana should not say, look, I don't like the report, so I'm going to appoint one. I think the DFI must consent to that new appointment. You shouldn't give the Bank of Ghana room that I can do what I want to do.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, clause 7 is appropriate, and we should not delete the second leg of clause 7 as being proposed by some members, which is dealing with the reports. That aspect or that leg of the provision is also dealing with an appointment of an auditor. So it tallies squarely the heading of clause 74. My only problem or worry is the way those two parts have been joined together. One dealing with a finance institution failing to appoint an auditor, and the second aspect of it having to do with the seeming shoddy work embedded in the report. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to propose that we should separate the first part from the second part so that we'll have a substantive 7 and probably have a substantive 8 dealing with the report of the auditor, which is probably shoddy, for which reason the Bank of Ghana will then step in, appoint a new auditor.
Kodo has not spoken to this matter, yes.
Mr. Speaker, to a large extent, I agree with the chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Committee that we should separate the two circumstances. One where the BFI fails to appoint. Then we find a way of dealing with that failure. But where even the Bank of Ghana considers a particular report not to be good in its own opinion, we should find another way of dealing with that situation too. We should not give the power to the Bank of Ghana to determine that an auditor's report is not satisfactory, and so they have thrown it away. And then you go to another auditor. It can even transcend into a situation where the Bank of Ghana can just determine that I don't like chartered accountant so and so, so his report is not good, and therefore I have thrown away the report active. The Institute of Chartered Accountants has regulatory powers over its members, and recently there was a case which happened, and some of the members of the institute who were involved in that were punished. So they have a way of regulating their members' output. So I don't think that we should give the power.
We are confusing two things. The regulator is the recipient of the auditor's report, and he finds that what you're giving him does not satisfy the requirements contained in your regulates. And if he's satisfied that you seem to have the competence to do it, why shouldn't he appoint another one? I don't see why he should not. Then the issue of the competence or otherwise of the auditing firm is not what Bank of Ghana is going to determine. It's only considering the report. This report is not fit for my purpose. After interview, I'm satisfied that you don't know how to do the report. So there's no point in letting you even review it. I'm not determining your competence. I'm not considering your integrity. I'm only considering the work I need to be able to regulate the institution I have oversight of. I think we should differentiate between that and discipline or the regulation of the professional body. I think he as leader.
The Speaker, I think before as is captured, the entire 74 is problematic. It's problematic if you take it from 74 to, it provides the board of directors of a development finance institution may appoint the first auditor. Who is the first auditor? As if there is a second auditor. They may appoint auditor of the development finance institution. And does it lie with them to either or not to appoint? They must appoint an auditor. So the word there shouldn't even be may. The board of directors of the Development Finance Company shall appoint an auditor of the Development Finance Institution. And then B reads, an auditor to act in place of the auditor who is, for any reason, able or unwilling to act until a new auditor is appointed at an annual general meeting. And then Roman number 2 provides Ghana appoints an auditor. So if the person is unable or unwilling, the Bank of Ghana could appoint an auditor. Mr. Speaker, if you compare this with the Banks and Specialized Deposit Taking Institutions Act, there's a difference. There's a difference because there, the directors of the bank or specialized deposit taking institution appoint the auditor of the bank or specialized deposit institution or an auditor to act in place auditor who is, for any reason, unable or unwilling to act until a new auditor is appointed at an annual general meeting. The Bank of Ghana doesn't come in there. The Speaker, where the bank comes in Section 82 of Act 930, is where the bank or specialized deposit taking institution, which for a continuous period of months is without an auditor, then the Bank of Ghana to appoint. It has nothing to do with the report that they may, the auditor may or may not have. So I think that is where the problem is coming from. I don't know whether.
Yeah, they have new experience, so that is costing the country billions. So that new experience should reflect in the new legislation.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't get you.
Saying that the Bank of Ghana has, since the passage of this act, has come up with new experience. They have experienced things, new reports showing terrible misconduct of part of auditors, and so that should reflect in their thinking in crafting the new law.
I'm only saying, Mr. Speaker, that we should look at the order where Bank of Ghana can come in, where Bank of Ghana can come in on the fact as contained in 7 that the Bank of Ghana is not satisfied with the report of an auditor appointed by a development finance institution. The Bank of Ghana may appoint an auditor and the submission of a report. So let's have that understanding. If we have, then we shall just clean up 74(2). That's the point that I'm making, so that we are sure of what we are doing.
Yes,
There's no problem in 74(2). The 74(2), you see, by all the legislation we have passed, especially the New Companies Act, and even by this law, board directors of a board or board of directors have the right before the first annual general meeting to appoint an auditor. And that auditor is the first auditor. By law, auditors must be appointed at an annual meeting, by law. So any auditor appointed outside the remit of the law is the first auditor. So that's what they are giving them. If the first auditor is unable to perform, then they appoint an acting auditor until the general meeting is convened for the appointment of an auditor. So that is the state. That is how they go about it. Because if you incorporate a development finance institution, you have between 1 year and 1.5 years to convene an annual general meeting. But even within that time, you must have an auditor.
Yes, Wawes.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal by the chairman of Constitutional Legal, I still want to revisit it. Separate the satisfaction of Bank of Ghana of the report. It is simply like this. If I go to a hospital and a doctor performs a procedure on me and it is faulty, as a patient, I will complain. But who is to determine whether he followed what he is supposed to have done? That has to be done by a regulator, separate from the dissatisfaction. So we should separate that one and put it that it is the Bank of Ghana. We are not talking about appointment, but if Bank of Ghana is not to act capriciously, you will print a report, an audited report, and they will say no. What is the basis? Somebody else must say you did not follow the procedure to arrive at this. So that is one thing that the issue should be. Let's separate the acceptance or satisfactory nature of the report to Bank of Ghana as a separate thing. It should not even be there, but the Bank of Ghana has the authority to appoint her. And in this case, why is Bank of Ghana even the one to appoint the auditor? If it is a failing bank or a failing institution, and we are appointing a supervisor or any other thing, that's a different matter. I'm saying that we were afraid of the Bank of Ghana being capricious in its determination of whether your report is good or not, depending on what they expect. So it is only the regulator of the auditor who can tell he didn't follow the procedure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, Chairman, I want to hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to go with what the Chairman for Constitutional Legal proposed earlier, so that in 74-7, I split it up. But the rest, we leave it as it is. 74-7.
We split 2, we split 7.
No, not.
Yes. 2
74-7 and then 74-8.
That one the draft should be. So
it will be 74-7A and B.
So, if
I,
you can stand that one down, we'll do.
Very so. Consideration of 74 is deferred. But I think it is a good point to bring proceedings to a close for today. Sorry.
We don't have any advertised amendments in 75, 6, 77. So if we got to 70, then because we don't have advertised amendments in 75, 76.
You want us to go up to 78?
Yes.
It's already 7:15.
Yes, Mr. Surya.
Well, I'll come to you. Less than agree. I'll go up to 7:30, but I'll use the washroom and come back. Up to 7:30. Yeah, the jumper. Let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, stood down at 74, the entire 74. But my issue has to do with 74-3.
Honourable member, please.
Because we do cross-referencing to 50.
Join the winnowing team and send your proposal there. Okay. Honourable members, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Very well. Shall we continue on clause 75? Very well. Clause 75.
The power of the Bank of Ghana to appoint an auditor.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 75. All in favor of clause 75 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it, clause 75. So that to stand part of the bill. Clause 76.
Remuneration of an auditor.
Clause 76 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 76 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 77.
Right of an auditor to access information.
All in favor of clause 77 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 77 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 78.
Report of an auditor.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Speaker.
This accounts and financial statements again.
With your leave, if we can go back to 77.
Very well. Clause 70.
The Speaker, in 77, sub 1, paragraph A, line 2, want to delete other relevant documentary evidence. Want to documentary evidence, insert documents. Other relevant documents.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 77 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 77 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 78.
Report of an auditor.
Chairman, amendment proposed.
Speaker, in 78, sub clause 2, paragraph A, line 1, accounts give, and insert financial statement gives.
Members, amendment say aye, say no. The ayes have it.
On the other paper,
is carried.
it
Yes.
says financial statement. Yes, gives.
Very well. The draft person said take note. Statement. Now clause 78 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 78 as amended is ordered to part of the bill. Clause 79.
Meetings with auditors.
The Speaker, in clause 79, sub clause 1, amendment proposed, delete between and insert among, that the Bank of Ghana may periodically arrange meetings among the bank, the DFI, and auditors.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 79 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 70 is amended. Is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 80.
Duties of an auditor to the Bank of Ghana.
Speaker,
amendment proposed.
A minor one in 80, sub opening phrase line 2, delete that An auditor appointed under this act shall inform the Bank of Ghana if there is sufficient reason to believe that flows through. And so,
It doesn't.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. Chairman, take your seat when I'm putting the question. The ayes have it. Clause 80 as amended. Sorry, the amendment is carried. Now, all in favor of clause 80 as amended, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. Ayes have it. Clause 80 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 81.
Special audit and additional information.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 81. All in favor of clause 81 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 81 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 82.
Termination of appointment of an auditor.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee. Yes, Honorable Member for Ho Central. Speak to your mic, please.
83, line 4. The final word there is account. Auditors not qualify account. They qualify financial statements. So that word account there is wrong. Auditors don't qualify accounts. They qualify financial statements presented to them for audit. Line 4, replace, I propose an amendment, delete accounts and insert financial statements.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 80 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 80 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 81 again.
Special audit and additional information.
There's no advertised amendment to 81. All in favor of clause 81 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 81 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 82.
Termination of appointment of an auditor.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 82, first advertised one. In subclause 4, line 3, delete all successor body. Subclause 4, delete all a successor body. And then, Mr. Speaker, though not advertised, there's a second one I want to move.
If there's anyone, please propose.
82.1.
In that case, let me put a question on this first. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now we move the 82.1.
Again, 82, subclause 1, in line 2, delete if and insert where. 82.1, line 2, delete if and insert where.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 82 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. I didn't hear a vote. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 82 as amended. Is that to stand part of the bill? Clause 83.
This financial statement.
Very well, I said 7:30. Let me go up 84 and then I'll end it, right? 83. There is no advertised amendment to 83. All in favor of clause 83 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 83 is ordered to stand part. Clause 84.
Directives.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 84. All in favor of clause 84 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 84 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, only to ask if you direct the winnowing committee to look at service reform.
If we should do what?
The winnowing.
Well, that should bring us to the end of consideration of the Development Finance Institutions Bill 2020 for today. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Why does there seem to be an uproar? I saw 4 people on the same time. But the leader is so all must give way to the leader. Yes, please.
Yes, I'm happy that he didn't speak to the microphone. Otherwise, I would have, Mr. Speaker, called on you to direct that comment be explained. But fortunately, he didn't speak to the microphone. Mr. Speaker, I think we should be very thankful to you for your endurance. And I guess if you had been here yesterday, you would have finished with this bill today. But not too late. I believe tomorrow we should be able to finish early enough, and then we afford ourselves the opportunity to continue with to begin with the Security and Intelligence Agency bill. I think that was the only out. So we should be able to finish the two. So we are to appeal to the small bands to meet so that the outstanding is 74. Because I believe that shouldn't take us more than 15 minutes. And we should move from here to your base. So 10. Other than that, we can do it in the holding room of the class at table. We can do it there, so that we don't.
But is that announcement for me or?
It's for the winnowing group.
Very well. So when we adjourn, you can have your private
members, all other interested members.
Well, after the winnowing discussion can continue. Right. Yes, available leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to reiterate what I said earlier, that indeed you were sorely missed yesterday. And to extend, we know the difficult circumstances in which you are. But like the leader said, it's important that we finish the business of the House on a good note. And so to extend our gratitude to you for helping us move this thing forward. So that tomorrow we can finish it, and then on Thursday, Friday, we have to consider the intelligence and securities. Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, so that we can finish and then probably adjourn. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for making yourself available. Thank you so very much.
On that note, the House is adjourned till tomorrow, Thursday, the 13th of August, in the year 2020, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.